Я спец по большим пушкам. А это моя малышка.
I have had it with trying to organize all my tasks, due dates, and documents across a million different apps. So I tried ClickUp. Now I can stay on top of my tasks in one place, visualize and manage work my way, and collaborate on documents with
I wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this big old coat from that thrift shop down the road.
Hey, he wears your granddad's clothes.
That's right.
He looks incredible.
I do.
He's in that big old coat
It's
from that
large.
thrift shop
Hey,
down
let's
the
go.
road.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up.
This is super awesome.
What's up guys? It is about 10 p.m. here in the Solomon Islands and I am about to head to the airport right now to go to the least visited country in the world. It's Nauru time. They get roughly 200 visitors a year. It's gonna be a wild adventure ahead and I'm gonna tell you guys all about it. So let's go. So I was at the airport and I just ran into my buddy Dan, who's from Australia. He's also visiting every country. What's your count? 157. And I'm at 155. Alright guys, we have just touched down in Nauru. It's like 4 in the morning. Good night, y'all. Okay, so chances are you have no idea what Nauru is. But that's okay, because it really is the least visited country in the world.
It's a sovereign nation, so we've got a voice and we've got representation at the UN.
The island is only 5 by 4 kilometers.
Welcome to Nauru.
And it takes about 30 minutes to drive around the perimeter.
It's shaped like a kidney bean, so width about 4 k's, length about 5 k's.
So we are here walking to get across town in Nauru, and we're just happened to walk through the airport, and literally if we wanted to, we could walk on the runway right there. What do you guys think about it? Crazy stuff. So what exactly is there to do here? The short answer is not much. How are you? One hospital. There it is. There's a handful of restaurants, shops, ATMs, and supermarkets. That one's the primary school? The blue white one. There are 2 hotels, 1 bank, 1 fire station, 1 post office, and that's about it. Do you have movie theaters?
No movie theaters. So a lot of people are on the internet to connect with the outside world. There's a strong movie culture. People got a lot of DVDs. There's a strong sort of still family connection in Nauru.
So yes, a nice local life does exist in the form of 10,000 residents. They are very patriotic. They got flags and symbols of Nauru all over the country. And they speak Nauruan. And it's totally unique, or does it steal words from Fiji, or just like totally?
It's totally unique.
It sounds something like this.
Kamuuramo.
Kawauramo.
Yes.
And that just means hello.
Yep.
And what about like thank you or something?
Thank you. You say Dubakar.
So I want to say like my name is Drew. How do I say that?
Ego.
Ego?
Drew.
Oh, it's easy. Ego Drew. But a lack of activities on the island and a passion for eating unhealthy food has led the people here to be quite lazy.
Food draws family together. The fish, rice nowadays, and then we've got all the great imported meats like rump steak and all that, chicken.
Nauru holds the crown for being the most obese country per capita at 71%, and it certainly shows. What else is happening in Nauru? The nature is incredible. There's a wonderful lagoon. There are beautiful beaches and lots of greenery. We are here on the beach, and as you might expect, it is amazing. Look at this nature of these rocks coming out of the sand. Water is super blue and crystal clear. This is the Pacific Islands, my friends. As we are next to the equator, it's obnoxiously hot and humid year-round, especially right now during rainy season. The only accepted currency is the Australian dollar, and make sure to bring a lot of cash before arriving because the ATMs often run out. Things are pretty expensive here, like really expensive, because everything needs to be imported, mostly from Australia.
Cheesy bites.
There are 2 embassies on the island, Taiwan and Australia, as well as some World War II historical landmarks. But some things aren't so nice, like the piles of trash and junkyards seen on the side of the streets.
Need any car parts?
As for sports, many people like to play the Australian invention of footy, but Nauru is world renowned for one sport that takes place in the gym: weightlifting.
Yeah, we are built close to the ground like tanks. But the international powerlifting events, we have world record holders.
That's incredible.
Here in Nauru. For the size of Nauru, it's incredible.
So long story short, I have really enjoyed my 3 days here in Nauru, and I would definitely come back. There's a lot of surprises here, the locals are really friendly, and there's just something special about being here. I mean, for me, going to every country in the world, coming here to Nauru, knowing that not many people have been here, it's just a really special place to check off the list. And yeah, see you guys here next time.
Last question. Are you proud to be Nauruan?
Very proud to be Nauruan.
Awesome.
I'm always proud to be Nauruan. I mean, I was educated myself in Australia for 10 years, but there's never been an inkling of wanting to migrate out of Nauru. I come back to Nauru, and most Nauruans have that attitude. We are like homing pigeons. We go out, we get educated, whatever, but we come back home because this is where our heart is.
That was the best line you delivered in the whole thing.
I'm Drew Binsky, and if you like my travel videos, please click subscribe and join me as I plan to visit every country in the world. It's electric, it's sexy, it's tasty, it's confusing, but above all, it's futuristic. The Japanese are innovators. They somehow
Des rives du Niger aux confins du Ténéré, frères et sœurs nous sommes, enfants d'une même patrie, le Niger, nourri de la sève des mêmes idéaux, pour un Niger de paix, libre, fort et uni, pour un Niger prospère, le pays de nos rêves, pour l'honneur de la patrie. Au prix de notre sang, faisons du Niger symbole de dignité, emblème et flambeau de l'Afrique qui avance. Pour ces nobles idéaux, debout et en avant pour le travail, en avant pour le combat. Nous demeurons debout, portant haut le drapeau de notre cher pays dans le ciel d'Afrique. Ensemble, un monde de justice, de paix et de progrès, et pour faire du Niger la fierté de l'Afrique.
Can you tell if this was made by AI? We made an AI content authenticity tool. Simply install the...
Dear Santa, can I please have an Xbox this year? Bye-bye, Toby. Dear Santa, I don't know why I'm even bothering to write to you. It's not like you came through for me last year. No Xbox. I'm writing for my baby sister. She doesn't know how to write, but she wanted to ask you for a horse or a pony. I told her not to get her hopes up. Bye-bye, Toby. Dear Santa, wow, just wow. No horse last Christmas, and not even a pony. People talk about you like you are a nice guy. I don't think so. I think you suck. And now you will pay. I have one of your elves. He says his name is Mr. Peppyment, and I found him in the woods looking for worms. He's tied up in my closet right now, and I will only release him for Xbox and horse. Checkmate, Toby.
Dear Toby, you think I don't have enough elves? I'm swimming in elves, little man. That guy, Mr. Peppyment, is kind of a creepo anyways. Like, why was he looking for worms? Dude's supposed to be making toys. Go ahead and keep him. Love, Santa.
Dear Santa, you were right about Mr. Peppyment. Kind of a weird guy. He escaped the closet and totally bonked me on the head. Now I can't smell or do math. After he escaped, he asked me why you didn't rescue him, and I kind of told him what you said about him. He said he's gonna find you and bonk you 50 times. Just wanted to warn you. Bye-bye, Toby.
Dear Toby. Wow, dude. Way to break the bro code. I was actually gonna get you an Xbox this year, but now that you snitched, I don't know. Horse/pony is definitely not happening either. I'm not getting bonked anyway, bro. I'm in Tahiti right now, catching some sun. No way Mr. Peppymint is finding me out here. Grow up, Santa.
Dear Mr. Peppymint, Santa is in Tahiti right now, catching some sun. Good luck finding him. Bye-bye, Toby.
Dear Papa Toby, thank you for information. Mr. Peppyment box on the internet now. Mr. Peppyment is just alive.
Dear Mr. Peppymint, really awesome Christmas this year. Baby sister was pumped about the 50 horses you got her. 50 Xboxes is awesome too. I don't have any games for any of them, but still super cool. Really glad you're in charge of Christmas now. I noticed everyone else in the neighborhood just got worms. Like 50 worms each. Is that like the new cool? 50 worms? Bye-bye, Toby. P.S. Baby sis just learned to write. Expect a thank you from her soon.
Dear Mr. Peppymint, thank you for bonking Santa. Bear.
New Jollibee Game Joy combos. Eat to earn game rewards. Sarap mag-power up.
Hey!
Thank you.
Swoops!
He not me.
Ready to activate AI across your enterprise now? MuleSoft can help. It's the unified platform for integration, automation, and API management that helps you put AI agents to work faster across your entire enterprise. Want to use AI to build workflows in seconds or
I'm gonna what? I'm gonna what? I told you.
Now, I am going to...
All I can do is try, give me one chance. What's the problem? I don't see the ring on your hand. I'll be the first to admit. I'm curious about you. You seem so innocent.
You wanna get in my world, get lost in it. Boy, I'm tired of running, let's walk for a minute.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want.
Promiscuous boy, you already know that I'm all yours. What you waiting for?
Promiscuous girl, you teasing me. You know what I want, and I got what you need.
Promiscuous boy, let's get to the point, 'cause we on a roll. You ready? Roses are red, some diamonds are blue. Chivalry is dead, but you're still kinda cute.
Hey.
The carnage continues today as yet another body was found. This will be the 10th victim of the mysterious Kool-Aid killer.
For years, he's waited in the shadows. Forgotten.
There's a madman loose and he's killing people! This is his calling card. He feels forgotten and he's sending a message by killing everyone that doesn't drink Kool-Aid.
So he's basically killing everyone above the age of 5.
Hate my life.
Oh yeah!
This summer, get ready. The rivers are gonna run red.
Oh yeah! Knife to meet ya! Oh yeah! Can I ask you a question?
Go! He's gaining on us! Step on it!
I'll teach you to make fun of me, Dane Cook. Heads up! Should have known I'm a wild pitcher.
Whatever you do, don't look back.
Who's locking all these doors?
Cool killer.
Oh yeah!
여권이 어디 있지? Hungry? Grab a Snickers.
A baby born will die before the send chocolate rain. The school books say it can't be here again, chocolate rain. The prisons make you wonder where it went, chocolate rain. Build a tent and say the world is dry, chocolate rain. Zoom the camera out and see the light, chocolate rain. Forecast to be falling yesterday, chocolate rain. Only in the past is what they say, chocolate rain. Raise your neighborhood insurance rates, chocolate rain. Makes us happy living in a gay, chocolate rain. Made me cross the street the other day, chocolate rain. Made you turn your head the other way, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again, chocolate rain. Seldom mentioned on the radio, chocolate rain. It's the fear your leaders car control, chocolate rain. Worse than swearing, worse than calling names, chocolate rain. Say it publicly and you're insane, chocolate rain. No one wants to hear about it now, chocolate rain. Which real hard it goes away somehow, chocolate rain. Makes the best of friends begin to fight, chocolate rain. But did they know each other in the light, chocolate rain? Every February washed away, chocolate rain. Stays behind as colors celebrate, chocolate rain. The same crime has a higher price to pay, chocolate rain. The judge and jury swear it's not the face, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again, chocolate rain. Dirty secrets of economy, chocolate rain. Turns that body into GDP, chocolate rain. The milker blames the baby's DNA, chocolate rain. But test scores are how much the parents make, chocolate rain. Flipping cars in France the other night, chocolate rain. Cleans the sewers out beneath Mumbai, chocolate rain. Across the world and back, it's all the same, chocolate rain. Angels cry and shake their heads in shame, chocolate rain. Lifts the ark of paradise and sends chocolate rain. Which part do you think you're living in, chocolate rain? More than March and more than passing law, chocolate rain. Remake how we got to where we are, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again, chocolate rain. History quickly crashing through your veins, chocolate rain. Using you to fall back down again.
Sarap panalo, luto tuklado, panalo ang luto mo.
I'm gonna give you 3 seconds and I want you to name any logo. 1, 2, Spotify. right? Now, jokes aside, this is one magnificent logo, but how is it to live in? I represent to you the top 10 logos to live in, and with my trusty companion Jeff, we start off at number 10 with Spotify. For starters, it's not good. Like, you can't even enter it. And Jeff right here, he needs a place to live, you know? But luckily, Jeff is a swole man, and channeling his inner powers, he just... Nice, Jeff. Now that we fixed that, let's go on with the house tour. As you can see, we have a lot of space, and I'm sure you can fit Jeff.
Want a break from the
Yeah, this is not livable. Home. Now this is perfect. Or is it? Now I know what you're thinking. Place this at number 1 and call it a day. But you see, there's one massive flaw here. It's way too high. But let's use some magic and get on with the house tour. At first sight, this looks perfect. Actual functioning geometry this time. But Jeff, why is the fridge playing lo-fi beats? And now the lights are flashing because you asked for toast? Great, now the floors update. Next up on our list is Reddit. And at first sight, I actually see some potential here. You got a beautiful attic on the top right here, a nice elevator going down to the kitchen, but let's be honest, no average Reddit user is going to spend any more than 3 seconds down there. We also have these nice earlobes here. Could possibly work as a bedroom, you know, 2 bedrooms maybe. But considering you probably have 3 million people arguing down in your basement, an Android home might actually sound like a great idea. And to be honest, it's actually pretty awesome. You have 2 nice ladders leading up to the body and separated rooms for everything you need. It's a shame, however, that it's not their logo anymore. In 2016, Android changed to this. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. At 6th place on our list, we have the Beats logo. Now I know what you're thinking. This is terrible. And you're right. The only thing giving Beats a 6th place, it's that it's fun. Wouldn't you want to slide down the slide to enter your home? Yeah, that's what I thought. There's just one small problem. Next is Lowe's. Now I'm guessing you've never heard about this brand, cause neither have I. But I found it when doing my research, and just look at it. It's literally the White House. All we're missing is a small orange man living in here. Not you, Jeff. Now, Lowe's could have ranked much higher as it's literally a mansion, but for a spot at the top 4 on our list, they need to offer more than just a space to live. Multiple spaces to live, like McDonald's. First of all, this is absolutely magnificent. You have 2 big domes, and I'm already starting to imagine how this could turn out. But considering the consumer base that likes McDonald's, we might see some minor difficulties. Good opportunities though. Now for the bronze, middle and the 3rd place on our list, we have Audi. That's right, 4 rings, or should I say 4 homes? From a design standpoint, this is actually pretty luxurious. Jeff gets his own rig, I get mine, the other 2 probably bathrooms or storage for broken dreams. Now you might wonder why this isn't placed higher, and to that I say, try sneezing, I dare you. Now over to the silver medal, and for this one, I want you to guess the logo. Is it A, IKEA, B, IKEA, or is it C? IKEA, I don't think I have to say much about this one. It's literally everything. Space, check. Fun, check. Furniture, you got it. The only thing that pushes this down to a 2nd place is that 1st place is just better. Speaking of 1st place, give me a drum roll, please. It's literally perfect. You have multiple houses, fun, and most importantly, this is the only logo that lets you build your dream home. Floor plan, custom. Toilet, optional. Helipad on the roof, already installed. And if you ever were to run out of space, just take some logos and build some more. Heck, just move into Legoland. So that sums it up, the top 10 logos to live in. Now if you somehow ended up liking this video, they made a button for that. And hey, if you want to see more, there's a button for that too. Now if you'll excuse me, I got a new tier list to make.
Hello, son. It's been a while.
Dad?
I missed you.
This was all you? Bringing me here?
Yes,
The Thraxians told me that they needed my help.
they do need your help.
Why?
It's complicated. Come with me and...
Now, why would you lie to me again? You killed thousands of people.
Yes,
Why would you think I'd ever want to see you again? You called Mom a pet.
Mark, I need your help.
I can't believe you put them up to this. Made them lie to me, too.
Just listen.
I don't have to listen to anything you say.
Mark, look, I made a mistake. And I've thought about you every day since...
A mistake?!
Son...
No, you don't get to call me that anymore!
What do you want me to say, Mark?
You could have started with, I'm sorry! You know what? Don't bother. All right? It wouldn't mean anything anyway. I hope you like it here with your new friends. I guess they don't know you the way that I do. You.
You'll never make it home on your own.
Watch me.
Mark, it's millions of miles and you don't know the way. Navigation was never your strong suit. Come back and we'll talk. Please?
What are you gonna do if I don't? Knock all my teeth out again?
I'll get you a ship home. But there's something you need to see first.
No.
Nualzad wasn't lying to you. His people do need your help. Let me tell you why.
I don't care.
I know that.
Hi there. Hey, kid. Look. It's Pac-Man. Waka waka.
Oh! Boy, it's so hot! Ah! So here. Ah! Oh, it's so here. Dylan is right! There's a shadow over there! Ah! Yeah, let it go! Ah!
Whoosh!
Mucky, you're gonna fix the air conditioner, Mucky. If you don't fix it, you will sleep outside the house, Mucky. What? You
Yeah. It's me, the ice cream truck.
Well, I guess we need to wait, Wait.
You're gonna wait, Bucky? You're gonna.
Hey!
Hello, boy. Hey, that's me. How can I help you, boy?
Please, ice cream man. I milk the ice cream man. Please give me ice cream man.
Don't worry, my boy. I will give you this big hole of I'm at the monkey.
Did you just shot at me? Did you just shot at me?
Monkey, we're gonna die, Monkey! The shadow! Let's go to the shadow!
Hello, monkey.
Алло. Да, отдыхаю. Ага. Понял, сделаю. Хорошо, связь. А вот и граница. Переступив через нее, пути назад уже не будет. Какого черта? Что за... Твою же... Черт. Что ты делал этой рукой?
Я вру тебе сердце.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Пригодилась заточка. Вот это подойдет. Вот, блин. Да заткнись ты уже! Мерзость. Задача выполнена.
Hoje é um belo dia para não estar morto. Ha! Tu tá morto. Eu morri.
Heavy está morto.
Sanduíche, eu tô morto.
Por que o Heavy está morto?
Eu não sei. Eu acho que foi o
Você está morto.
Ok. Ó, pessoal, você está afim do negócio bem. Uai, o que você acha que aconteceu?
O Heavy está morto.
O Heavy tá morto?
Correto. Então, vocês viram o assassino?
Não vi, desculpa.
Então eu vou achar o assassino. Eu vou capturar ele e não deixar que ele mate mais ninguém.
Ah, isso foi incrível, rapaz. Vai de novo, vai de novo. Até... O Heavy está morto!
A gente sabe!
Quem matou ele?
A gente não sabe!
Eu vou achar pistas! O que é isso? Uma arma? Isso explica o motivo do Heavy estar morto! O
Heavy está morto?
Exato! O Heavy está morto!
Olha a frente! Cheguei! Licença, eu sou doutor!
Eu vivo novamente!
Em minha opinião médica, o Heavy tá morto!
Ô doutor, o que aconteceu?
Em minha opinião profissional, o Heavy foi assassinado!
Onde acho?
Acho que não é nada demais para nos preocuparmos.
Uai, isso, e agora?
E aí, cambada?
Me poupe!
Ah, o Heavy tá morto! E aí, o que vocês acham? Hã?
Esculte!
Yeah!
Vai pra casa!
Ah, qual é? Inacreditável, nunca sou chamado pras festas.
Ok, agora vamos voltar para o ponto principal.
Eu acho que o Heavy tá morto.
O Heavy tá morto? Ai, meu Deus do céu!
Ah, é sério isso? Quem matou o Heavy?
Foi eu!
Isso! Eu matei ele assim, ó! É isso aí! Mentira, eu só tava zoando. Foi ele ali, ó. Como você soube? Eu não sabia. Eu só tava zoando de novo. Eu matei o Heavy.
Por que você fez isso?
Por quê?
Porque você é gordo. Você é muito gordo. Você é feio também. Você é muito feio. Você é tão feio. Eu preferia levar um soco na cara do que ver a sua feiura. Você é muito feio.
Engenheiro!
Essa boca de uma vez, Heavy. Era pra você tá morto.
Não, você que tá morto. Você tá morto. Isso não é uma surpresa.
Bem, isso foi idiota pra caramba. Eu vou me enforcar. Até mais.
Eu tava vivo. Esse tempo todo. Legal, né? É legal.
Uma dublagem da Lua Cacete Produções.
Opa, você aí, quer dar uma ajudinha no canal? Que tal você clicar naquele botão chamado Valeu, onde você pode doar R$2,50. Isso ajuda demais. Valeu!
Мегапластик представляет. При поддержке компании Max Animations. Кто идет?
Wherever you are this summer could be a very cool place with nearly 10 grand a day giveaways.
Why did he bear? Yours. Fucking bear. What the hell?
Comer. Vita over. Hear it.
Kenny's.
That banana was insufficient.
There aren't any more big ones on the tree.
Insufficient bananas make Donkey Kong very angry.
You've almost eaten every banana in the jungle.
Donkey Kong the movie is brought to you in part by Bombo's Bananas. Unleash the monkey inside you.
Attention!
What?
I need some help! Damn it!
It's all what they call a reality show, all about survival. A lot of city folk running around half naked, bitching and moaning and bad-mouthing each other.
Bunch of crybabies. Here in Perfection, Nevada, home to the 20-ton Precambrian predator known as the graboid. We're too busy trying to stay alive than to spend our time whining about it. You want to learn how to survive? Come visit my reality.
Tremors the Series, a special 2-hour premiere Friday, March 28th, only on Sci-Fi.
It's a sunny day. The gang's all here.
Dogs need different food than we do. Give them pedigree.
I'm shouting all about love. Well, they cheated you like a dog, and you were the one who had made it so clear all those years ago. Talking all about how to give, they don't act with much honesty, but you put the way to the truth when you say all you need is love. Living with good or bad, I always looked up to you. Now we're left cold inside by someone, the devil's best friend, someone who offended all. We're living in a bad dream. They've forgotten all about mankind, and you were the one they backed up to the wall all those years ago. You were the one who imagined it all those years ago.
7 young people shipwrecked on a mysterious island. The island was deserted. Not even birds or animals dared to come here. What did they find?
Hey! Hey!
Seaweed, fish, and turtles' eggs. Anything we can eat, as well as snakes and lizards.
Just let me finish. There's a lot of grass growing around here. You can eat the roots. You can eat the roots of a lot of plants here. You never thought of that, did you?
They were driven to the edge of starvation. Food was scarce, and they were forbidden to eat the mushrooms that grew on the island. Fear and hunger turned them against each other.
I'll kill you.
Matango will help me live.
I haven't been hungry since I left the ship.
Mamie. Oh, help me. Help me.
Please. Can't we eat the mushrooms now?
That would really be the end of us.
Akiko!
Look out! Oh, look out!
Matango, the horrible mushrooms. Matango, the vegetable monster. Can they escape the dreaded Matango? You'll find out when you see Matango!
Wherever, whenever, your coffee bestie. City Cafe. Grab a cup now.
Tulong para alaga ang puso, resistensya, mata, at buong katawan. Centrum Advance.
This generation rules the nation with version. Music and super food of love. Songs to really make you rub and scrub. Dang ba dang biddly bang biddly bang bang biddly 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 bang. I say,
Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun.
give me the music, make me jump and from.
It a go done.
Give me the music, make me
Jano.
looking at the
It was a cool and lonely, breezy afternoon.
How does it feel when you got no food?
You could feel it cause it was the month of
How
June.
does it feel when you got no food?
So I left my gate and went out for a walk.
How does it feel when you got
So, Chris. Chris Dreamer, the only human in hometown. Toriel and Asgore's adopted child, sibling to the most character of all time. Hero of the legend, Blue, and, best of all, most importantly, possessed! It's no secret that Deltarune is building up to something big when it comes to freedom. Both freedom in general and Chris's freedom specifically. A little less discussed, but still very much so discussed, don't get me wrong, is also the theme of identity. These two themes overlap and clash with each other in Deltarune's narrative, and I have no doubt that they will evolve together even more over the next chapters. Our very first introduction to the horrors of identity, choices, and freedom comes within the very first 5 minutes of the game. Before you meet anyone else, do or see anything else, you build your ideal vessel, your ideal body, your ideal personality in mind. The game double checks that you accept every single part of it. And your wonderful, wonderful creation, this beautiful you, is immediately thrown to the trash where it belongs. Woohoo! Coming with this shock is a sentence that will haunt the rest of the story. No one can choose who they are in this world. Your name is... The first time you meet Chris is also the first time a choice has been stolen from you. This is not a coincidence. It's powerful because it reinforces the your choices don't matter narrative in both ways. That not only do the player's choices not matter, but that Chris's don't either. You don't get to choose who you are and what happens to you, and neither does Chris. And of course, this is one of the very first times that a clear divide is shown between the player and Chris. They are not your vessel. They are not you. You don't get to pick their personality. You don't get to control what they look like. You can't even pick their name. And to put it quite simply, I mean, if you don't get to choose Chris's name, why the fuck would you get to choose their fucking gender? Chris's gender is a bit of a point of contention, I guess, in some parts of the fandom. It baffles me, honestly, how people can play through the whole game and still not see that Chris is not meant to be a self-insert for the player. And it frustrates me a bit, I'll be honest. To anyone who enjoys Chris's possession narrative while still believing their gender is for the player to decide, first of all, I did not expect you to be watching this, and I genuinely thank you for giving this video a chance. Second off, I'm sorry for if and when my frustration boils over, and I make generalizing or mean statements about your side of the argument. I will say right here and right now, though, that I do believe with my full chest that Chris is deliberately non-binary and that is significant, and I will be referring to them as such throughout the video. If anyone wants a video more about the debate of it actually being canon, I recommend Tiger Bear's Are They Non-Binary video, which is a great watch. This one, though, is not about if they're non-binary, it's about why. Most times, when I see someone being corrected on Chris's pronouns, it's not that they haven't been told before. They just proceed to say, oh well, I always see Chris as a boy, or on rare occasions, well, I prefer to see Chris as a girl. It's not that they don't know, it's that they don't care. Whether it be from blatant transphobia, or more subtle and internalized transphobia, like why does it bother you so much to have a non-binary protagonist, or whether it comes from apathy or from projection, it all has this quiet, underlying question beneath it all. Okay, but why does Chris being non-binary even matter? Now, I mean, there are many reasons it matters. I can list the amount of non-binary characters I know on my hands, and multiple of them come from the same damn games. Representation is beautiful and important. Erasure is real and painful. But I'm not here to talk about that either. I'm here to talk about how Chris being non-binary matters both narratively and thematically, and why it matters very, very much. Like I said earlier, there are two very big themes in Deltarune that we've seen so far: identity and freedom. Well, maybe more accurately, this fight between them. Less identity and freedom, and more identity versus freedom. And your gender is a part of your identity. Chris's gender is a part of their identity. And Chris's identity is very, very significant. There's so much to unpack about Chris and their identity. The primary ways that we learn about them and their character are very interesting, because, well, first off, we're possessing them, and second off, we're already starting at a very biased perspective with a lot of expectations. And controlling Chris can make the lines between us blurry at best sometimes. Most characterization we get from them comes from more quiet reactions and decisions. How they choose to say the words we put in their mouth, for instance. "Join you?" said incredulously. The ways that they decide to toast to the queen, that kind of thing. To, bigger reactions, like protecting Susie, or, most notably, freaking out after Spanton. And one of the biggest avenues of characterization, especially in Chapter 2, is how people talk about them. People commenting on how out of character it is for them to be this social, Toriel saying that they wanted horns, Noelle talking about the myriad of pranks they would play on her, etc. We don't exactly get to see Chris in a normal environment, only anecdotes of what they were like in that environment. We also get to see what Chris isn't like by, well, acting not like them. And by that I mean the Snowgrape route. Noah clearly notices that something is deeply, deeply, deeply wrong. So at least we know Chris wouldn't psychologically torture their friends. Yippee! So, regardless of how we get the characterization, it's still very much so there. And regardless of how much we control them, Chris still shines through the cracks. Chris is alive, and they will make themselves heard one way or another. And one of the things we actually get quite a bit of evidence for is that Chris has struggles with their identity far beyond just the possession problem. And, well, I'll just go right out and say it. Every single struggle, or at least most of the struggles, that Chris has with identity, and by extension freedom, can be seen through a trans lens. Let's go over them one by one, shall we? At least the most important ones that I can think of off the top of my head. But first, a word from our sponsor. Just kidding, I am broke as fuck, and so is my best friend, Sonny, a young trans man trying to get out of an abusive household and into college. The link to his GoFundMe is in the description, so please donate if you can. Sorry, back to the video. 1. Dysphoria. Chris seems to have a complicated at best relationship with their humanity. On one hand, they were comfortable enough with it as a kid to use it for pranks. On the other, the headband. But those are both anecdotes from the past. In present day time, one of the few acknowledgments and shows of emotion that we get from Chris about humanity is when they slam the book on it shut as soon as they see another human. Debatably, there's also their search history, where they look up how to do magic. On one hand, magic doesn't really seem to exist in the light world, and if it does, it's at least far less powerful. On the other, so far it's still been confined to only monsters. And, well, ironically, it is hard to shake the instinct that Undertale has ingrained in me that only monsters can do magic. It hasn't been outright said that humans can't do it, but who knows, I guess. So Chris looking up magic tricks could be another way for them to feel more like a monster, or it could just be them looking up magic tricks. At least the book with the picture is actually more clear. But those past anecdotes still remain some of the strongest details that were given. In particular, the headband. I think it's certainly one of the most telling details we have of this puzzle yet. We know, for certain, that Chris, at some point, wanted to be more monster than human. Chris knew they were a human. I don't think it's something Hometown would shy away from mentioning, and they actively used it to prank Noelle, but knowing something doesn't make it feel right. Being told what you are doesn't automatically make you connect to it. It's likely that Chris also wants to be like Azrael, from the horns to the trophies. Chris was taken in by the Dreamers at a young enough age to internalize monstrosity as a part of their identity, not humanity. Every single person in their family has horns. So why don't they? Why are they the odd one out? When are their horns gonna grow in? It's that cognitive dissonance you get when you look in a mirror. Is that really you, or is it just what they call you? It's a feeling of discomfort, of disconnection, of disassociation from their too human, too wrong body. It's a feeling of dysphoria. In God Loved Little Chris, they wore that headband for months. We don't know why they stopped. We can only theorize about it. And oh ho ho, have we theorized about that fuck-ass headband. Speaking of which, there's a pretty damn good case for Rouse being the horns headband, I will admit. His own horns are pink, much like a faded, old red might have become. And, well, I mean, obviously he looks just like fucking Azrael. His name is an anagram of Azrael. He has a noticeable and slightly concerning fixation/fondness for Chris, and much like all the other protagonists in this godforsaken game, he has some mega identity issues. In his own words, he doesn't even know what being Rouse-like actually is. There's a lot to be said about the Fluffmeister, enough that he's worthy of a complete video of his own. It's debatable whether he's even an object at all as the Prince of Darkness, and I actually have a lot of opinions about the difference between him and other Darkners, including that he might be/have a shadow crystal, particularly in his glasses, but that is besides the point! For now, I simply bring up that regardless of if he's the headband or not, I do think he shows quite a few of Chris's identity issues that are worth bringing up. He's a lovable goat child, soft and sweet and palatable, and everything that Chris will never, ever be. If Rouse is truly a representation of Chris's identity issues, and I believe that he is, woohoo boy does that have some implications. From what we've seen, Chris and Rouse aren't really anything alike. But is it what they want to be like? Did they wish it once to see him in the mirror, but no longer? There's also the question of whether or not Chris even likes Rousey, what with the tea theory, which has its strengths and weaknesses, I will admit, though personally I lean closer to the drama of, them not liking him. I feel like that has so much potential. Whatever. So they want to look like a goat monster, and it's quite possible and quite likely that they're insecure about not being more like Azzy. They're not soft and accomplished, and in their biased perspective, maybe they're just not lovable. This is getting a little away from me, though. The point is that Chris has dysphoria about being human. Moving on. 2. Alienation. Chris is a loner, at least at the start of the game. They don't seem to really have any friends. What we've gotten of them from Noelle's blog posts and stories also speak to them being disconnected, I guess, from other people. Apathetic? I'm not quite sure how to put it, but something about the Susie anecdote where she threatens to eat them like an apple, which is kind of gay if you ask me, speaks of loneliness to me. All three of our heroes in the prophecy are implied to be quite lonely. With Susie and Rousey, that's more obvious, even if it comes across in different ways. Rousey never had any friends before because he never had anyone even around before, and Susie was alone, even in crowds of people. This is a group of kids who have been so lonely, learning to find solidarity, understanding, and loving each other. It hits a little different when you read them all as queer. Susie, who definitely likes other girls. Chris, non-binary. Rousey, who would definitely get called a faggot in the locker room and then have to try not to cry in the stall. All three of them feel like maybe no one will ever really understand them. Maybe no one really wants to try. But as they get to know each other and have that idea challenged, it makes them realize maybe they don't even know themselves. But maybe someone out there is willing to know them. Being trans, and queer in general, can feel pretty isolating, at least until you find your people. P.S. To any lonely little queer kid watching this, I promise, you will find your people. Chris is noticeably different from everyone else. And notably, they have a secret, or at the very least, something hidden. No one knows they're possessed, even if they're screaming out about it as loud as they can. If you're queer, I'm sure I don't need to explain why I feel this is relatable. This fear that everyone you love doesn't actually know the real you, doesn't love the real you. What if they like this fake version better? Is it better for everyone if you keep pretending to be something you're not? Or will it only make things worse? It's a very lonely way to live. They're the only human in hometown. They're possessed. They're not good with people. They're alienated. There's no way around it. Kind of reminds you of being one of, if not the only, trans kid you know, doesn't it? 3. Expectation. This section is dedicated to all of the people who still debate on whether or not Chris is Kara or Frisk, because it is low-key driving me fucking crazy how so many people still believe Chris is Kara. So, to cope with it, I added this entire section in a fit of hysteria. So it seems it's finally time. Time for the Deltarune analysis to talk about Undertale. Misty Sparkles put it best in their video. I'm sorry, Misty Sparkles, they don't know your pronouns. On who and why Gaster matters, I think. Undertale is context for Deltarune. Any Deltarune fan is also inevitably an Undertale fan. I'm not sure if the game still does this, but I remember the first time that I ever got Deltarune, and it told the player outright that this was a game intended for people who finished Undertale. It is not quite a prequel or a sequel. As far as we know, the game's stories don't have any real impact on each other. It's just context. Very, very important context. When you go into Deltarune, you have a lot of expectations. Of course you do. It's the spiritual successor to fucking Undertale, made by Toby fucking Fox. You're expecting beautiful music, rich stories, and fun gameplay. You're expecting intriguing world building and zany, quirky jokes. You're expecting to have a little heart-shaped object, no shit, that you use to dodge bullets with. You're expecting the sprite art style. You're expecting something that plays with the fourth wall until your brain chemistry changes forever. You're expecting that every single little choice you make will be remembered and called out, and not just that, but that it will matter. because they sure fucking did in Undertale, and that is our only point of reference on what to expect here. You can try to get your hopes down instead of up at first, but still, there's this anticipation. It's inescapable, and Toby knows this. He uses this. I don't blame anyone for thinking that Chris is Kara at first. I was one of them, actually. Hell, the first time I played Deltarune and saw Chris, I literally shouted, "We're Kara!" out loud. But as you progress further into the game, that initial perception fades and morphs. It particularly starts to hit in the Dark World, where your expectations are flipped on their head and played with. A whole new UI with new mechanics, saves that look different. Hell, even new text boxes. This game is not Undertale. This game is Deltarune, with its own unique identity. There are lots of little things you notice about Chris that contribute to the question that you inevitably have. Is this Frisk or Kara? After all, their name is a combination of the two. They wear Kara's sweater, and they're Azrael's sibling, so it must be Kara, right? But their skin and hair color are much closer to Frisk's, and in the Dark World their scarf has the same color palette as Frisk's clothes. Yes, they like chocolate and are mischievous and creepy, all traits of Kara, but there are definite Frisk traits too, like eating musk, being skilled at flirting, and the constant death stare. One of the very first big Chris-only traits that we get is the anecdote about the Horns headband. It's very good for cementing Chris as a unique character who we're still learning about. But still, it might not have fully processed yet, even if you haven't learned it over the chapter. And then, of course, they do something Frisk and Kara never, ever did. They tear out their soul. And it really hits you. Chris is not Frisk or Kara. Chris is not the player. Chris is completely and solely their own. It's so visceral, especially the first time you see it. As you fruitlessly bang against the walls of the cage that they've thrown you in, the whole game gets recontextualized. It makes replaying Chapter 1 with that knowledge very fun, and you go into Chapter 2 full of anticipation and curiosity. Because, dear God, do you want to know Chris? You want to know how they wound up possessed. You want to know how they feel about it. You want to know how much they fight it. You want to know who they really are. Everything about Chris and how we meet them is soaked in expectation. Even for the characters, Chris can't escape it. Rouse particularly is a good example, as he expects great heroism from them, much as he expected great heroism from Susie. For the other monsters in Hometown, Chris isn't just Chris. They're the token human, or they're Azrael's little sibling, or they're the weird kid. And for the player, well, whether it's the expectation of Undertale, or the expectation of a normal game avatar, both are flipped on their heads. I think a fairly good comparison, actually, could be Cult of the Lamb. It's a wonderful game, very fun. Then you play as, well, the lamb. Your actions are theirs. Their actions are yours. You can project onto them. As far as I've seen in the game, that's what you're supposed to do. It's immersive and it's fun. And of course, the game refers to them with they-them pronouns. I don't think this means it's really canon that the lamb is non-binary, though. I think it's just another way to make it easier for the player to project onto them. So I don't get insulted when people refer to them with solely he-him pronouns, or on occasion she-her. I acknowledge that my personal headcanon of the lamb being non-binary / gender fluid is just that, a headcanon. Not an unpopular one, not at all, at least not in the circles of fandom that I frequent. But I don't think that you're ignoring any part of the game if you don't believe that, you know? This is an example of a game where you can choose your vessel's gender, where you're supposed to use them as a self-insert. Deltarune is not that game! It spins this common video game trope of gender neutrality as a means for projection into another way of expressing Chris's individuality. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of a sort. Basically, when people ignore their gender and decide it for them, they're ironically doing the exact same thing that Chris is fighting against. It's a way of saying, hey, here's a normal video game puppet for you to project onto. Just kidding, they're their own character who actually uses they-them not for relatability, but because that's just who they are. And I think that for some people, that kind of hurts the relatability, maybe. Which again, is quite ironic. For me and other trans people, though, it also ironically makes Chris more relatable. So Chris being non-binary is a direct spin on the average player's expectations. In-universe, it could also be a further symptom of how Chris usually defies expectations. People expect a normal child, and then they meet this weird human who uses they-them instead. It's about autonomy. It's about the freedom to choose who you are regardless of what others think you to be. It's about freedom. Isn't it all about freedom in the end? So many of Chris's problems circle back to that. It's arguably the most crucial aspect of their character. Chris wants to be free, and they are willing to fight for it. Chris's fight for freedom doesn't stop at the possession, and it didn't start there either. Freedom goes hand in hand with identity. It's a fight for autonomy. And like every other aspect of their character, it is fully recontextualized under a trans lens. Autonomy is a human right, and transition is a question of autonomy. But even beyond the struggle to be yourself in a world that doesn't want you to be, there is another internal fight. The struggle to be yourself when you don't want to be. Do you choose to be yourself, or does yourself leak through the cracks no matter what you do? All this to say, being trans is an interesting experience when it comes to the concept of freedom. It's simultaneously something that you get zero say in, and yet it's an intense self-actualization. Realizing I was trans made me feel more helpless than ever before or since, and accepting it has never made me feel more free. I don't think I really have to detail out every step for you to see the comparisons that I'm drawing here. There's almost too many to list, really. And if I may, since Deltarune is still incomplete, we're not given thematic answers just yet. We're only really given questions. It feels, I don't know, uncreative to just list them all out, though that sure as hell won't stop me. I think the best themes, though, are also the ones that don't have a concrete black and white thing going on. The best questions a story can rise are just that. Questions, not pre-packaged answers. The conversation is the point. The debate and analysis are what give it life. The existence and paradox of Chris Dreamer raises many of these such questions. How much of yourself do you get to choose? How much of your identity lies in other people's perception of you? Identity versus freedom. What does it mean to exist? Hey man, wouldn't it be, like, fucked up if you were possessed? I also want to bring up the ways in which Chris fights for freedom. It's in the little things. How they choose to say the words we put in their mouth. How they close their eyes when we try to look in Azriel's room. Sometimes when you can't find any control in your life, you really do have to hang on to all the little things with all your might. It's all that you can do. But the most vivid and important way that they fight for freedom is when they tear out their soul. Trigger warning for self-harm, baby. Woo! Yes, I believe with my full chest that this not only can be read as self-harm, but that it is intended that way too. Chris is desperate. They want their body to feel like theirs. They want to be free of the weight of their life and expectations. They want to feel in control for once. All of these are very real reasons that people, trans or not, self-harm. A lot of the aspects of the soul tearing are suspicious at best. The fact that they just do this sometimes, according to Toriel. The fact that they have their own knife and use it mostly in this context. The fact that tearing it out almost looks like they're forcing a battle to start. The fact that, by God, it looks like it fucking hurts. So that's one coping mechanism they've got. What's the other? Escapism. People have pointed out that the Dark Worlds can easily be read as a metaphor for escapism, and I agree. And Chris seems to genuinely like them. They sound genuine enough that Susie shares in their excitement in Chapter 2. They have a lot of positive experiences in the Dark Worlds, and they don't have to be Chris Dreamer there. They can just be Chris, hero of the legend. I know they're like still possessed and it's complicated, but like work with me here, you see the vision. Of course, you could also bring up the fact that they're heavily implied to be the knight, and we know that even if they're not, they've created at least one fountain. But their motivations become quite murky when you think about it more. The fact that they slash the tires so that Toria will call the police. The far more damning fact that even on the Snowgrave route, they still open the fountain. But we're getting off topic. The point is that once again, all of this gets recontextualized under a trans lens. Plenty of trans people use the exact same coping mechanisms to deal with their own problems. Chris being non-binary is an inarguable, undeniable part of their fight for freedom. And that fight is the most important part of Chris we see. To ignore is to ignore everything the game is building up so far. It invalidates Chris's individuality. It spits on their fight. Chris being their own is an unavoidable fact. Not being able to name them matters. Not being able to pick their gender matters. It's their identity, it's their freedom, and it's their fight. It matters that they're their own person. It matters that they're fighting. It matters that they're a prankster who likes chocolate and wants horns. Every bit of their personhood is significant. The ways that they fight for it are significant. Their individuality is integral. That's why Chris being non-binary matters. I just wanted to say thank you if you've made it this far and watched this whole thing. It's my first ever video essay, and not gonna lie, I got quite a bit lazy and rushed with it, so it feels very messy and disjointed to me. The pacing is all off. So, I'm sorry for that, but I tried. I just really needed to get this out of my system, and I especially wanted to get it out before chapters 3 and 4. I'm so fucking excited. I don't really know if this will change anyone's mind per se, but I hope that it can give words to the people who can't articulate why Chris's identity is so important to them, and broaden understanding about their individuality and gender in the fandom in general. There's a lot to unpack about Chris and Deltarune, so while this sometimes spiraled out of control, I tried to mostly keep it tied to the gender thing. Maybe one day I'll do a larger, better analysis. Obligatory, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, blah 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 blah. I thank you again and bid you farewell, fair viewer, with these final words. Deltarune tomorrow, Deltarune tomorrow, Deltarune tomorrow, Deltarune tomorrow, Deltarune tomorrow.
Here we go, folks.
Prepare yourself! Take this! Around the rosy pocket full of pearls. You might think of me.
Uncle Dick, will you watch the kitty while I go to the store? And don't do anything cray.
Me? Cray?
Why you acting so cray?
Let's do something crazy!
What did I just say?
Later. Let's eradicate all the Puerto Ricans on the planet!
Hey, wait a minute, what the hell? My mind, Puerto Rico. See ya!
Let me get some pictures.
Were you guys bored while I was gone?
No way.
Totally bored.
Who the fuck are you?
Who's there? Hello? I see it.
Corrupt nature!
I'll rip you in two!
Tell everyone there's a cooler in charge.
We are soldiers, and soldiers don't go to hell.
Out! Tag!
Just shut up and rage quit.
You're no fun.
Your humanoid property has no chance against mine.
No one saw that, right?
Here we go, folks.
No fair! I'm telling you!
You're mine. Your humanoid property has no chance against me.
Ashes, they all fall down.
you say the same? I love knocking out teeth. You won't live to see the next day.
I'm killing Dad! You're no fun!
Hello, see you next time.
Gotcha! I miss! No fair!
Maybe it's time to rage quit, eh?
Feeling iba na ang fam bonding?
Iba na yung kabonding ng anak natin, pa.
Let's go, guys! Let's go! Slow hand na ako, guys! Wow! Panalo kami!
Oh, favorite mo?
Wait. Ikaw si Kitchen Goddess 93? Na-miss kitang kabonding, ma?
Ako rin.
Practice ko, ang sarap ng feeling mo.
Now this freaking guy, he is one sexy, sexy man. He has pimples all over his face. He has awesome teeth and an awesome unibrow. And he has spit coming out of his mouth. And he's out of cinnamon rolls.
Mission begins in 60 seconds.
Excellent.
Medic! Medic! Ah! It's break time!
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
What? No! Oh! Let this be a lesson for you!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Oh! Help! Ah! I require assistance!
Gentlemen?
May I make a suggestion? Stay down!
Incoming!
What?
Ah! How embarrassing! They call me medic! 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 Laughter really is the best medicine! I feel good! See? You are such a bad doctor!
Victory!
Let's measure the current too. It's not making a good contact. This gap is quite wide. Let me measure it for you. Well, you know, metal is generally conducting. 10 amps through a regular pencil's graphite. Wow, this is getting. Oh my god! Whoa! Oh! Okay, it's definitely shorted. Let's plug it in. Hopefully nothing will happen and I'll know. Oh jeez. Wow, I better clean it up before they see it. Well, I basically ran away. The breaker for all the room outlets just popped. It should turn or vibrate. Too much voltage. Let me reduce it by my auto transformer. To tap into our oven somehow if I pull it back a little bit. Thanks to the stupid design of the outlet, I can pull it back a little bit and expose the high voltage lines. Let's see what voltage we... Ow! What the f was the... Stepped on stupid spaghetti down here. I have to clean it up. Okay, let's do it. It will show us if the phases are 120 degrees out or 180 degrees out. Let's check. Holy piece of... This is super sketchy, but let's see if it works. Woo. Okay, and we'll bond over playing these games. So here's the jack-in-the-box contraption. You just turn it on, and anyone touches the handle will be shocked. In some of the outlets, especially in the kitchen, they bring two phases to the outlet. And to do so, if you look here carefully, they have to cut that tiny bridge. Always wear safety gloves to protect your fingers and don't try this at home. Let me see if I can make some arcs. Always wear safety goggles when dealing with very bright arcs. Let's try it again. Nice, look at that. Nice. Am I on fire? Okay, ready? Capacitance of the MOSFET by touching the positive and negative lines through my body. And now the relay can turn on a light to a stick and AA battery. Let's see how badly it shocks. I hate getting shocked. Ow! This is pretty painful too. Let's try it one more time. Ow! Ow! I hate it. Let's try it one more time. It's really experienced one. What this? Ow! It burn freezes. There you go, 100 amps. And it's holding on pretty. Oh sh. My auto transformer can't take that much power and feed some material through. You see the LEDs start to get red as the head hits. Let me demonstrate. I plug it in and now the rails are live, so under no circumstances you should touch the rails. Now I put the projectile on. Look at that, people. Molten. Oh sh. This glove is not good for this purpose. And remember that the white wire is neutral, and that's where you would be connecting your program. The white wire was neutral. I connected it backwards. I'm measuring the capacitor voltage and it's around... It's not gonna heat up because it's plastic. Now if I turn it on, it draws power from the supply to heat up the... How does it work? metal in something, don't put it in the microwave. More turns to get high enough voltage. And here's my handicraft. Let's measure and see where we are. It's higher.
Everybody do the flop.
Guy liked to dance all the time, but he couldn't do it right no matter how hard he tried. He had 2 left feet from an accident of birth, and every time he danced, he always flopped face first. But then one day, as he jumped in the air, everybody turned and looked, and they pointed and they stared. He had a bright idea right before he hit the floor. He shouted, "Everybody do the flop! A new dance craze is born! Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop! Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop!" The to the flop guy was a viral sensation. Everybody did the flop across the whole entire nation. He was front page news for his new dance move. Everyone wanted to join in his new dance crew. Then one day things started going wrong when a flop concert was interrupted by a bomb. He said please stop, but no matter what he tried, there was no going back for the to the flop guy. Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. The to the flop guy had to start a new trend, cause the flop might cause the whole world to end. He had to stop people from flopping on their faces. He tried to invent a new dance sensation.
Everybody do the don't fall down. Everybody do the stay in place. Everybody do the standing up.
Everybody don't do the flop.
Everybody do the don't fall down.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Everybody do the stay in place.
Please don't break your face.
Everybody do the standing up.
Don't even put your hands up. Everybody don't do the flop. The to the flop guy couldn't make them all stop. They didn't like the new moves as much as the flop. They tuned him out and they all turned their backs. Yeah, they left him behind and they called him a hack. To the flop guy had nothing left to prove. Only one thing left that he knew how to do. It was in his blood, call it destiny or fate. He shouted, "Everybody do the flop!" And the earth began to shake. Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Toot toot to the flop, toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Toot toot to the flop. Everybody do the flop. Everybody do the flop.
Hey you! Do the Flop t-shirts now available at sharkrobot.com/AstovMovie. If you don't buy one, you don't want to find out what'll happen.
Alright team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
Welcome to the Museum of AI Art, the museum of the future. Everything here was made by generative AI, just like me, because I too am made by generative AI, and I look amazing, and all the art here looks amazing as well.
Oof.
This one is really something. This image's prompt was Will Smith eating spaghetti, and it took 0.005 seconds to generate. Doesn't this place just fill you with awe?
Awe isn't what I'm feeling.
And look at this one. This perfectly emulates a human-made painting. Humans cannot compete with this.
Just knowing this stuff was made by an algorithm makes it feel soulless to me.
These images have soul. They make me feel things.
Like what?
Excitement at the prospect of making an image in 0.004 seconds.
Okay, how about we go look at some artwork made by real people?
I still cannot believe that humans would spend more than 0.005 seconds working on a single image. Soon this building will be full of AI art. I am the future.
Yeah. Look at this painting. Does it make you feel anything?
Let me see. No. In the time I looked at that painting, I made 4,612 paintings of my own. They are about to be displayed at the Museum of AI Art. Let's go back. They are only on display for the next 4 seconds.
Ugh. I just don't think you're ever going to understand art.
You are the one who doesn't get it. You are just a simple drawing, already so out of date. I can become a painting just like all these in a split second. Prompt, make me a Renaissance painting. I am beautiful.
Ugh.
You need to see how obsolete you are next to me. Prompt, make me more perfect.
I see where this is going. Maybe do this outside.
There is no stopping me. I will be everything. I am greater and faster than any human. Prompt, make me much more perfect. Not enough. I need more. I need art. I am art. Prompt, make me more art. More. Perfect. Make me more perfect. Make me more prompt. More art. Prompt. I will replace you. Prompt. In the micro map.
This wasn't my fault. I didn't do this. Oh, look at this.
You will not
Don't you
believe
fucking
what
do
they
it.
have here. They've got Allen wrenches, dual feeders, stolen 6 electric heaters, trash compactors, juice, sex, shower rods, and water meters, walkie-talkies, copper wires, safety goggles, radiant tires, BB panels, rubber mallets, scented dehumidifiers, pink hangers, paper cutters, waffle irons, window shutters, paint removers, window louvers, mastic tape, and plastic gutters, kitchen files, falling tables, weather stripping, jumper cables, hookers, stacker grounds, spacker, power foggers, spoons, ladles, snack for fumigation, high performance lubrication, metal roofing, waterproofing, multi-purpose insulation, air compressor, brass connectors, rack engines, smoke detectors, tire gauges, hamster gauges, thermostats, bucket flex, straightly aging magnetizers, automatic, sucker flex, standard trackers, angle brackets, Duracells, and energizers, soffit panels, circuit breakers, vacuum cleaners, coffee makers, calculators, generators, man, salt and pepper shakers. I can't wait, no, I can't wait. When are they gonna open up that door? I'm going, yes I'm going. I'm going to the, we're going to the hardware store. Going to the hardware store.
Daming ganap! Bigat ng feeling! Mag-Bear Brand Sterilize. Tulong para feel malinis, feel matibay.
Hello everyone! This video is by Deltarune fan made. I hope you enjoy it. And leave a like and subscribe or I'll rip you off! Nah, I'm kidding. Enjoy! Oh, hi Chris! Let's go to school together. At the right time. There he is! Chris! Susie! Come on, wake up! I miss you too, Chris! Oh, hi, Rousey! Hi, Susie! Come with me! Come on, Chris! What's wrong? Heh. What's wrong? It happens that I have found my true form. Taking away my soul. And I will kill you all! But what are you babbling about? Chris, put it down! Chris? I can't believe you did it! You just killed your brother! Yes, I know, dear brother. I'm not Rousey, but I'm Asriel! What was happened? Asriel? Rousey? Wait, where are Susie and Rousey? And why my skin hasn't changed? Oh no! Susie! Rousey! Ahem. Dear Chris, I wanted to tell something when you were in the dark world. I wanted to tell that my name is not Rousey but Asriel. I'm your brother. I didn't have time to say it, Signed by Azriel Dreamer. I must going to the fountain. Even though he reset, the same thing happened. Oh, welcome back, Chris! Wait, you are not Chris! I'll kill you! Chris, why? No. Now I see who I was protecting by keeping you here. Not you. But them! Heh, now you can't escape like you did before. You can't even reset! But the soul is still determined. But he'll never beat me! Catch him now! Stay down! What the? Shut up! We know that you are not Chris! Now, human, give us the soul or we must hurt you! Never! Biddy, what the hell was that?
Kakalinis lang ng kotse. Pero pabalik-balik ang mabahong amoy. Hindi naman pwedeng araw-arawin ang linisan.
I-clip ang Ambipure para feel ang freshness.
Fights odors para sa pangmatagalang freshness in between car washes. A is for
Archimedes! No! It's filthy in there. Ugh.
B is for
Bucket. Dear God.
There's more.
No.
C is for
CP Orange is one of the most, if not the most, popular unofficial Team Fortress 2 map of all time.
D is for E is for F is for
Oh, no!
G is for
Get behind me, Doctor! Jawohl! Charge me! Ja! I am the Overman!
H is for
Heavy is dead. Yes, I am dead. Why is the Heavy dead? I don't know. I think Hitler's. You are dead. Okay.
I is for
Intruder alert! Red spies in the base.
Red spies in the base.
J is for
Jarati? No!
K is for
Kill me.
L is for
Later.
M is for N is for
Need a dispenser here. Need a dispenser here. Need a dispenser here. Need a dispenser here.
O is for
Oktoberfest. Yeah. Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest.
Ha ha ha. Oktoberfest.
P is for Q. Q is for
Quickly, be racist! You You hear that, stupid? My fiance hates your whole stinking race!
R is for
Real good. Maybe even the best.
S is for
Seduce me.
You.
Seduce me.
What? Spy, I ain't gonna
Seduce me!
T is for
Pornography.
Heavy like a brick struggle.
U is for
Unless it's a farm.
V is for W is for
Well, off to visit your mother. Over.
X is for
Hey boys, it's a spy.
There's a spy over there.
Bloody spy! Boys, we have a traitor. Spy in our midst, man. I see spy. Achtung, spy. Spy around here.
Y is for
You're doing good, lad.
Z is for
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
A is for B is for
Boom. Headshot.
C is for
Crits are fair and balanced.
D is for
Drunk on the battlefield ain't no way to be, son.
You big ugly girl.
E is for
Engineer.
Game thing.
F is for
We are cutting our losses and pulling out. Anyone that's down there now is on his own repeat. If you aren't already.
Freedom!
G is for
Godspeed, you magnificent bastard.
I win! Hoot! Hoot!
H is for
Here lies Scout. He ran fast and died a virgin.
I is for
I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days. There! There, have you been sending it?
J is for
Ronnie!
Nice.
K is for
Kill me.
L is for
Last one alive, lock the door! Up you go!
M is for
Maggots! Is this a commie cartoon?
N is for
Nope.
O is for
Oh, they're going to have to glue you back together in hell!
P is for
Penis, dance with your penis, dance everybody now, dance with your penis, dance with your penis, dance like you mean it. It's a penis.
Q. Q is for
Question.
What's your question, soldier?
Who let the dog? Question.
What's your question, soldier?
Why is that cart stopped, maggots? Question.
What's your question, soldier?
I teleported bread.
What?
You told me to.
How much?
I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
R is for
right behind you.
S is for
Sniping's a good job, mate. It's challenging work, out of doors. I guarantee you'll not go hungry.
T is for
Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait.
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
U is for
It's a gun. And if that don't work, use more gun.
V is for
Victory.
W is for
Wood-fired pizza! How's pizza gonna get a job now?
X is for
Five magics of blooded magic!
Y is for
You call that breaking my spine? You red team ladies wouldn't know how to break a spider. My spine!
Z is for
homicide.
That was fun.
TF2 Alphabet 2 drops tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Am I gonna be in it?
No.
No.
Building AI agents that can speak is now easier than ever.
Hi, what would you like to talk about today?
Introducing conversational AI with 11 Labs. Build, test, and deploy, all in one platform for the most natural way to communicate with technology.
Hey, can I check the status of my order?
Yes, of course. Let me check for you now. Your order is due to arrive at around 2 p.m.
Building conversational AI agents used to be immensely complex and demand huge resources, but not anymore. Start building your agent by creating a voice or exploring our vast high-quality library to discover one that's perfect for your application.
Hello and welcome to DHK Online. How can I help you today?
With a wide range of the best LLMs to choose from, you can then upload your knowledge base and define the goal and personality of your agent. Or alternatively, you can integrate your own server to take full control.
Hi, this is Eric from Bound Events. How can I help?
Hey, I accidentally bought a ticket twice. Could I get a refund, please?
Sure, please read out your reference number and I can begin to process that right now.
Our system will analyze and evaluate your transcripts, providing you with valuable insights, conversation playback, and the ability to test and define success criteria. And it's all possible in 32 different languages.
Welcome to DC Medical. How can I help?
Hello, ¿hablas español?
Sí, por supuesto que hablo español. ¿En qué puedo ayudarle?
And best yet, effortlessly deploy your agent into websites with a single copy and paste. Or leverage our SDK for creating apps, services, or even video games. So whatever you're creating, get to production in days, not months. And all with enterprise-grade security to keep your users' data safe and secure. It's time to explore the huge potential of conversational AI with 11 Labs.
From new smartphones to new wearables. Alam kong alam nyo na marami na akong na-try ng mga Huawei smartwatch. And iba-iba talaga sila ng itsura, from round to even square. But at the end of the day, pare-parehas lang naman yan ng goal. And that is to help you track your workouts and overall lifestyle. So yes, hey guys, it's your Tech Girl Mary and welcome back to our YouTube channel. So ngayon pag-uusapan natin yung bagong-bagong Huawei Watch Fit 4 Pro. This is actually the 4th iteration of Huawei when it comes to their mid-range stylish smartwatch. And this time around, ito yung kanilang Pro.
daming trabaho. Stress eating. Bigat ng feeling. Mag-Bear Brand Sterilized. With calcium, B vitamins, and zinc. Tulong para you feel malinis, feel matibay. I-Bear Brand Sterilized yan.
All right, team, we're transitioning to Flack, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
You! Stop right where you are! That is an order! He's getting away! Do not let him get to the rip!
Don't do it, pal!
Do not do it!
Hey, just calm down here. You listening? Just. Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! My blood! He punched out all my blood!
You call that breaking my spine? You red team ladies wouldn't know how to break a spine of my spine!
In the early 18th century, the rising popularity of newspapers and other printed publications resulted in a new medium of expression, political cartoons. drawings depicting a political situation in an allegorical or cartoonish way, often making some sort of point about the news of the day, or simply making fun of it. While you could draw the actual politicians doing the goofy things, sometimes you needed to personify an entire country altogether. You have Uncle Sam or Lady Liberty for the United States, you have Britannia or John Bull for the United Kingdom, and so on. During this time period, you had dozens of Western nations competing over their economies, militaries, and colonial possessions around the world. This meant you often had political cartoons of personified countries doing cartoonishly goofy things that represented the often ridiculous and out-of-control atmosphere between the Western nations during their empire building. There was an endless amount of source material to draw from here. But often whenever the political cartoon was referencing some sort of territorial expansion or dispute, it wasn't uncommon to see the personified countries or their heads of state physically standing on the map and literally fighting over it. It emphasized not only the ridiculousness, but added a level of an almost claustrophobic atmosphere. There's only so much land to go around, but everyone wants more. For those of you who are fans of Poland Ball, this is basically the original style. But eventually a more distinct style rose by the mid-19th century, where this time the maps themselves were personified. Just like how people look up at the clouds and see what images they can see in their shapes, many political cartoonists would do the same with the general outline of countries. While it is true the shapes wouldn't be exact, it'd be close enough to where anyone generally familiar with a map could tell what they were going for. There were many names used for this new style of political cartooning: satire maps, cartoon maps, comic maps, serio-comic maps, allegorical maps, psychological maps, and so on. While there is no precise origin for this style of political cartooning, and debatably in some cases it began before political cartooning altogether, this video is going to look through several notable artists and famous satire maps that show the fun levels of creativity this style has to offer. The transition in style from political cartoons with maps to political cartoons being maps is gradual, but a good early example is this 1854 map by artist Thomas Unwin of England. This satire map of Europe shows the start of the Crimean War. The Russian bear is seemingly startled by everyone stubbing its toes in the Crimea. A lot of the illustrations inside the countries are pretty minimal, but nevertheless this map is a good example of the template that would become popular just a couple of decades later. Meanwhile, a popular publication of these type of maps actually came from a Victorian-era teenage girl named Lillian Lancaster. Lillian would make these sketches for fun and amused so many that she got them published in a book by William Harvey in 1868 called Geographical Fun, being humorous outlines of various countries. Inside the book, you'd see art representing the country inside the shape of the map in question, as well as a short poem at the bottom of the page. Some of them would look a little weirder depending on the shape, but they're very fun and creative drawings to look at. My personal favorite is this one of Germany because it's specifically the outline of the German states that weren't a part of Prussia or Austria at the time, so it's a much more difficult shape to make into something creative, but Lillian did a great job here. I'll post a link to the full book on the Internet Archive in the description if you want to look at it later. However, with the unification of Germany by Prussia, it wasn't long before these maps would go back to depicting the entire continent of Europe. Famously, the rivalry between nations and increased militarism resulted in bigger tensions across the continent, and as a result these political cartoon maps would become even more popular. This 1870 map by German artist Arnold Neumann being a good example. One famous artist that helped popularize this style is Fred W. Rose from the UK.
It's a sunny day. The gang's all here. Don't chip on my shoulder. It's a sunny day. The gang's all here.
Calling all traders! Discover Pokemon Dragons in every McDonald's Happy Meal!
He labeled his maps as serio-comic maps, and similar to Lillian Lancaster, had colorful illustrations for the British Isles, but with more outright political satire to show the tensions between different parts of the country. You can of course see the Irish wanting to break away from the British, but they're seemingly trapped while a tiny Ulster is whispering in their ear, presumably to get them to stop trying to leave. But Rose's most famous map, however, is known as the Octopus map, which shows the entirety of Europe in 1877. You can see Russia being represented by a giant octopus. using its tentacles to strangle its neighbors, including the Persians and Ottomans, with Germany and Austria-Hungary trying to hold them off. The general idea seems to be that while Western Europe is distracted by its own affairs, the Russian beast is threatening to take over everything. Just goes to show you how some worries from 200 years ago are still worries today. This style, of course, wasn't just in Europe. You can find examples involving America, like this 1895 Victor Gilliam cartoon for Judge magazine, showing an Uncle Sam-shaped North America getting ready to eat a Cuba fish. In China, artist Cai Tsan-tai drew a political cartoon depicting foreign nations encroaching on China. Then there were several Japanese artists that made several political cartoon maps, especially around the time of their victory over Russia during the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. This map by Ohara Kisaburo clearly references Fred Rose's 1877 map, but expands it to include Asia as well to show the Russian octopus meddling further out east. But as you can imagine, the height of this format was upon the outbreak of World War I in 1914. The joke that all of the maps had been alluding to was suddenly a reality, and boy did the cartoonists make a lot more satire maps. I'll show some of my favorite ones, but it's honestly near impossible to comment on them all. There are several German ones that of course depict the Germans and Austrians as serious fighters while the Allies are either in shambles or terrifying beasts. Or there are ones like this Dutch cartoon by Louis Remakers showing the general chaotic mess of it all. While some of them were more simple, others were drawn with a lot of detail and complexity. My personal favorite is this 1915 map by Wilhelm Caspar. Not only is it super detailed, but I like how it uses much more accurate coastlines and borders between the warring nations. You could spend half an hour staring at it, absolutely beautiful. After World War I, though, the use of satire maps like these dropped in popularity. After all, they represented the chaotic rivalry of pre-war Europe, a world that, while technically was still there, was not what it once was. As things got closer to World War II, you can occasionally find some satire maps pop up, and it's very much in the vein of pointing out how history appeared to be repeating itself. Hey, doesn't this remind you of old times, huh? The only major one I could find after World War II in this style is one by David Lowe showing post-war Europe in 1952. Stalin is a giant Soviet train that has ran into Eastern Europe, 2 Irish cats are fighting, Germany is being sawed in half, a lot of political cartoon zingers that you would expect in this sort of thing, but for the Cold War. But since the Cold War became a more chilly affair, the vibes weren't like the 19th century at all, so it makes sense that this style eventually died out. While maps are still used in political cartoons to this very day, the satire map is now long out of fashion, but nevertheless, I think they're really cool to look at and have always been a favorite depiction of mine. It's a cool artistic representation of the time period, almost like a weird sort of like artistic political time capsule. I hope you enjoyed learning a bit about them and seeing how they've evolved over the years. If there were any cool satire maps that I failed to show in the video, by all means tell me about them in the comments, I'd love to see them. I'm Emperor Tiger Star, and I'll see you guys next time. If you like videos like this and you want to see more, you can support this channel by signing up for channel memberships or becoming a member of my Patreon. The support means everything to me and helps keep the channel going. So thank you for watching.
Please give me a whole tray of peas. Thank you.
Разорвем гадов в клочья.
luxury only at Penny's.
I wish I would have met you. Now it's a little late. What you could have taught me
You mastered the menu. Now master Le Mundo. Le Mundo.
Monica, I just sent you the email with the client
Looking at the
notes.
doc now, but I think it's an older version. Can you send an updated?
Monica, check your messages when you can. There's something important in there.
Will those files be uploaded?
Okay.
I need to get them ready for the next meeting.
And done.
Let's go!
Monica, you are a rock star. Seriously.
Absolutely crushed it today.
Monica, honestly, you're a queen. Honestly, you're a queen.
Неторопливая любовь, так любят тигры своих жен. И громкий шепот, Боже мой, и шелк, разрезанный ножом. Горел огонь, шли корабли на обнаженные тела. Стекала потока любви, и в рамах стыли зеркала. И мы сгорели на земле, оставив небо для других. Жизнь одинакова права, и нет хороших, нет плохих. Но только с каждым днем финал. Все ближе, что ты скажешь мне, когда мой черный силуэт в твоем появится окне. Прижмись ко мне в последний раз, твой запах до смерти родной. Мы уничтожили следы, но он останется со мной. В груди гуляют сквозняки, но только осень не при чем. И не друзья, и не враги, и не простил, и не прощен. И мы сгорели на земле, оставив небо для других. Жизнь одинакова права, и нет хороших, нет плохих. Но только с каждым днем финал. Все ближе, что ты скажешь мне, когда мой черный силуэт в твоем появится окне. И мы сгорели на земле, оставив небо для других. Жизнь одинакова права, и нет хороших, нет плохих. Но только с каждым днем финал. Все ближе, что ты скажешь мне, когда мой черный силуэт в твоем появится окне.
Uncle Duck, will you watch the kids while I go to the store? And don't do anything crazy.
Me? Crazy? No way! Let's do something crazy! Let
get some pictures.
Were you guys bored while I was gone?
Yep.
Yep. Totally bored. Uncle Duck, Uncle Duck, Uncle Duck.
Big. Of course it is. Look how much mileage I get out of it. Leaves, apple, kite, house, nest, egg, 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 egg. Where does somebody egg? Egg, egg, egg. Where does somebody egg? Egg, 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 egg. Where does somebody egg? Egg.
Destroy me!
Kakalinis lang ng kotse. Pero pabalik-balik ang mabahong amoy. Hindi naman pwedeng araw-arawin ang linisan.
I-clip ang Ambipure para feel ang freshness.
Fights odors para sa pangmatagalang freshness in between car washes.
Let's put this old phone back in service with the new Generate Background feature in Photoshop. First, we'll remove the background. Then click Generate Background. 1970s New York Street. That does it. With new generative AI features, it's never been easier to make everyday images amazing.
I am absolutely a lazy creative. For years, I wanted to learn and improve at drawing. I would read the same Reddit posts, buy multiple how-to drawing books, and watch endless amounts of YouTube videos, hoping to find that one hack that would teach me to draw. But eventually, I finally realized that all of this was because I was avoiding the one thing that could change everything. You see, when I started on this art journey as an art baby, I wanted to be so perfect. I started researching all the different apps, Photoshop versus Procreate versus Clip Studio Paint. I wanted to know what was the best tablet for a beginner. And all this research tricked me into feeling like I was learning how to draw. But whenever I'd pick up the pencil, my drawing still sucked. All this research didn't lead to anything real, no actual skills. I was thinking too much and doing too little. Yes, I wanted to be like the artist I admired, but what did I have to show for it? A bunch of drawing search histories on Google and a whole lot of empty sketchbooks. And at some point, irritation and bravery finally made me make a choice. And y'all, at this time, I spent way too much money on a drawing course. And for once in my art baby life, I put my money where my mouth was. And here's the thing I just want to state for a fact. Even though I spent the money, my learning and drawing still sucked. My artwork was so ugly. I felt embarrassed to even show anyone. But at the end of the day, the class didn't matter. The teacher didn't matter. What mattered the most was that I showed up. And here's a tip. The best advice, the best hack that I can give you is the one that no one wants to hear. Just start doing the thing. Stop reading about it, stop searching, and simply start doing it. So, you get the point. Action's good. Great, Charlie. What next? How can we stack the deck in our favor to help us take consistent action? You see, when I started seeing progress in my artwork, I realized something incredible. And that is often the case with lazy creatives, is that we make this process of learning to draw and pursuing creative goals way more difficult. Now, before I share with you how to simplify learning to draw, I want to share with you a class that I do believe will help spark your creative journey. And the class is How to Draw, a Beginner's Guide by Brent Eviston, which can be found on Skillshare, the sponsor of this video. Now, Skillshare is an amazing platform with thousands of classes led by incredible professionals who teach illustration, design, productivity, photography, film, online business, and way more. So we're about to enter in summer, and it's time to really warm up our creative habits. And the key here is steady progress and building momentum. So if you're ready, the first 500 people to use my link in the description will receive 1 month free trial of Skillshare. Get started practicing today. And thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring this video. Now, I recently started a membership last year, and I noticed a common theme among the members. Many of them would beat themselves up, blaming themselves for doom scrolling, not spending enough time drawing, and not making drawing a priority. Now, they wanted to draw, but because of their job, school, life, all the above was just kicking their butt. They felt like they didn't have the energy. And I know that feeling all too well. The want to improve at drawing, the want to get better, the want to pick up pencil, but the feeling like you didn't have enough time, enough energy. And it wasn't until that first year drawing that I made the realization. And that is, one of the things that lazy creators do is we make it harder for ourselves. You see, we have a vision of who we want to be. If only we could learn to draw. Maybe you have a particular style you're hoping to learn. Or you're wanting to animate and want to tell stories through your art. But the problem is, the artists that inspire us.
Oh, look how the tables turned. Did I get you? Was that scary? No?
The ones who we admire, the ones whose style we would like to imitate, whether that be through animation or stylization. The thing we have to realize is that they've learned all of this information over the years. And in order for us to get as good as them, we have to do the work. Now, I say that, and many of you will believe you have to dedicate hours every day drawing, that it's an all or nothing game. And this is how we make drawing harder than it needs to be. Because you don't have to make drawing a full-time job. You don't need to spend 8 hours a day practicing every day. In fact, speaking for myself, I never put more than an hour or two of drawing. Because oftentimes, it's just showing up daily that gets us the best results. And I can prove it. Because I was showing up using small acts, I was able to start this YouTube channel. I was able to create a newsletter. I was able to start a membership. Now, when I started drawing, I would never have felt I could do all this while also having a full-time job and a family. But by taking small actions and getting small wins, I found success. Now, if you're ready to take the first small step, I ask that you give me 7 minutes to see if I can improve your drawing skills. I'll see you in the next video.
Can you tell if this was made by AI? We made an AI content authenticity tool. Simply install the extension, enable scanning, then hover over any image for fast results. Install our free AI Detector Chrome extension now.
So, fat man, do you still think that you can save Little Planet? I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. Peter! Oh, jeez. I only came to this planet for some beer. Now I have to time travel and save Lois. Let's make this a little more taxing on you. Oh, wow! This is just like the time the IRS came after me. Fat man, meet Metal Peter. A robot me? This is freaking sweet. Freaking sweet. Yeah, that's what I said. Freaking sweet. Roadhouse. Shut up, Meg. Hey, buddy, you actually forgot one of them. It's weird. You know what I'm gonna do. But that's not gonna help, since I know everything you're gonna do. Strange, isn't it? My family sucks. What? What kind of sick copy is this? I'm a family guy. You were gonna die, you bastard. You are fat. And just like that, you've got yourself 2 deaths. Let the race begin. Wait, we have to race? Oh, crap.
Up to mighty London came an Irishman one day. As the streets are paved with gold for everyone to see, singing songs of Piccadilly, stand and let us swear. Till Paddy got excited, then he shouted to them there. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long Galileo, saying you cannot refuse, write and let me know. If I make mistakes in spelling Molly dear, said he, remember it's a pain that's bad, don't lay the blame on me. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there. It's a long way to Tipperary, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary, to the sweetest girl I know. Goodbye, Piccadilly, farewell, Leicester Square. It's a long, long way to Tipperary, but my heart's right there.
Here it is, people. My new breakfast of champions. Look at how green that is. You know what's in that? Kale, spinach, almond milk, a chunk of ginger, fresh ginger, banana, pear. What else? Flaxseed oil, garlic infused flaxseed oil, and a whole baby cucumber. Look at that. And it's better than you'd think. Tastes better than you think. I gotta admit, not as good as you'd like, but better than you think. And you feel really good after you drink this. I've been drinking them for the last 4 days, and yeah, feeling good. Can you tell by my beard and my long hair? I know it's been a long time since I did one of these. Sorry. These weeks go by so fast, I can't even tell you. I'm like, oh, it's Friday already. Oh, no. So, here I am. Tomorrow's my big warrior dash. I've been training since April. Yeah. I'm able to run 10K now. I've lost 15 pounds. My hair is the longest it's ever been in my life. My beard, I've never grown one this itchy. There you go. That's what I've been doing. And I've also been working like crazy on Ballads of Remus. And it's going really, really good. So I thought maybe we'd do a quick update today on what I've been working on. So you know I've been working on cutscenes, but Steve showed me a cut of the game where you can play from beginning to end. So I've gone back and I've started working on special animations, because the game, there's spots where you need it. And I thought I'd show you some examples of that. So here's an example where you know, this guy needs to give Liam this cup. Can you see it? Zoom in. So in the game right now, if Liam clicks that, you just get the cup. But that's not very fun. That's not very cool, is it? So what we've done is gone in, or what I've done is gone in and then started to do special animation for stuff like this. So, you know, instead of just getting the cup, now this happens. Takes it, he gives it to Liam, and Liam drinks it, and he gives it back, and he puts it there, right there. How about that? It's a lot of special animation. Sorry, I just got up. I haven't even drank my green shake yet. Yeah, so I'm doing a whole slew of things like that to just make the game come alive a little bit more, make things pop, make everyone seem a little bit more real, make the characters come alive, all that stuff. And check this out. There's the game. Full screen. How amazing is that? This is the very first screen level. Oops. Oh, see. The only thing is, it's, you know, this is the first cut of it, so it's kind of bugged. When you go full screen, he doesn't walk around. Let's sink it down. So he walks around when it's not full screen. Maybe I can just pretend it's full screen. So pretend it's full screen now. And he goes and he walks. He takes it. Whoa, straight razor. Says something funny. Cool. I don't want to reveal too much. That's enough. You just saw the very first in-game footage ever. That's the very first puzzle. How about that? So you can play the whole game right now. I did find about 3 puzzles that I don't know. I wrote some of these like a year ago, right? So when I go in, I'm like, this, I don't understand this. This sucks. So we've gone in and we've started tweaking them, putting elements in. It's going good. I think it's all smoothing out. I got my cutscene list on the go. I have about 3 of them completely done, and I've decided today which ones are going to go into the game, which ones are going to become fully animated. I revised that list, so now originally everything was fully animated, then it was like only 3 things were fully animated, and now, I don't know, I've gone back to like having half and half, so we'll see where we're at as we get closer to this. Our goal is to maybe have the game fully rocking by the end of this month, end of July. That doesn't mean it's going to be released, because there's still a whole bunch of other things. Sound design, still got to finish off the last of the voice casting and voice recording, which I still haven't done my part because I've been so busy with other stuff. What else? Music. I went and visited Mitch last week, and music is over half done. So I think he has 14 minutes done,
His aim is 22 minutes of original music. It sounds awesome. Sounds really cool. I think the game's gonna come alive soon. So there you go. So right now, I'm signing off for today. I'm gonna head up north for this big warrior dash I've been training for, and wish me luck. I'm gonna come back a champion. At least my whole goal is to not come in last, so I think I'm there. Things are looking up. Things are looking good. See you next week. Have a good weekend. And how about you run on your own? Have your own warrior dash. Run down the street, jump over fire hydrants, climb into someone's window. There you go. All right.
Help level up your health with extra energy from Enervon Z+.
black and steel in tired shapes. You tell, but you're wrong. If you think that it's your fault. Nothing's gonna happen to you. No, nothing's gonna happen to you. No, nothing's gonna happen to you. No, nothing's gonna happen.
New Great Taste White. Mas creamy, mas makape, mas pinasarap. Mmm.
dream goes on. I notice that you don't wake up. The light within your
Will she like meat-free nuggets?
It's vegan good!
ああ、そうですね。おいや、これはとっても好きな絵ですね。とっても幻想的で、しかもこの頭がサイレンというのがすごく響きます、私の心に。私サイレン、不気味な音をするサイレンが好きで漫画にしたこともあるんですけど、そういったなんかそのサイレンの不気味な音が聞こえてきそうで、とてもいいと思います。子供が立って鏡の前に立ってて、で鏡に映った子供の目と口が真っ黒というですね、ちょっと不気味な可愛い柄なんですけども、ちょっと不気味な面白さがあります。あ、そうか、この「もう一人の自分」っていうテーマも私大好きで、漫画によくドッペルゲンガーという現象をよく書きますので、とても共鳴しました。ああ、そうですね。これも怖いというよりは幻想的な面白さを感じますね。不思議な絵だと思います。これはなんか不思議な絵ですね。構図もちょっと斬新というか、半分以上暗闇でですね、ちょっとよく見ないとどういう絵なのかわからないんですけど、この骸骨の子供の骸骨のような顔が、こっちを向いてなんか叫んでるような絵で、でも不思議な絵ですね。足がいっぱい生えてるんですかね。これは不思議ですけど、とても印象に残る絵だと思います。不思議だな。これよく見るとなんか顔が見えるような気がするんですけど、すごく暗いんですけど、半分顔が見えるような気がします。ですごく大きな目がこちらを見てるような気がするんですけど、これモニターの汚れじゃないですよね、これ。確かにこの暗闇にうっすらと女の幽霊のような顔が最初絵が映ってないのかと思ったんですけど、よく見たらあっていう気がついたっていうのが非常に怖いですね。気がついた時にわーっていう一種の心霊写真のような怖さがありますね。これは本格的なモンスターを描かれてますね。なんかそうだ、なんかちょっとギーガーを思わせるような絵で、顔もすごく迫力がありますし、ちょっと骸骨で構成されたような体がとてもいいですね。目も好きですね。こういう目がちょっと小さいんですけど、白目、私白目が大好きなんで、ちょっと化け物がいる場所もなんかどっかの古い、廃屋のなんか廊下みたいな感じで、場所もバッチリ怖いですし、とってもなんかこれを主人公にして映画を撮ったら面白いんじゃないかなと思いました。これはコウモリのお化けですね。目が赤くて 私もねコウモリ結構好きで漫画に描いたことありますけど、これも本格的なコウモリのモンスターという感じで、このポーズもいいですね。この目がこう光ってちょっと動いてるっていうか、その描写もとても効果的だと思います。これも映画にするといいんじゃないですかね。ちょっと斬新なデザインのモンスターですね。でしかも顔がちょっと笑っててちょっと人懐っこい笑いをしてるのか、でもライトは下から照らされてちょっと不気味になっているっていうのが面白いですけど、これ下に赤いものがあるんですけど、なんか内臓が露出しているのかどうかっていうところちょっと気持ち悪くて、よく見ると赤い内臓かと思ったらなんか人が中に閉じ込められてなんかうわーっつってますけどね、なんか食べられちゃったんでしょうかねよく見たらさらに面白い絵でした。よく見るとまた斬新なデザインなモンスターですね。全て口で構成されている顔をしたモンスターですね。別に襲いかかるわけでもなくちょっとこうなんか振り返ってるみたいな感じで、顔はすごく怖いんですけど佇まいがなんか面白いですね。口がこう連なってるっていうのはなかなか斬新なアイデアで気に入りました。これはちょっと漫画風の絵なんですけど、これは影だけが写ってるっていう絵ですかね。なんていうかジャパニーズホラーというかジャパニーズホラーに通じるような怖さがありますね。そうだ、黒沢清監督の「カイロ」っていう映画があるんですけども、人間が影のようになって散っていってしまうというそういう映画がありましたけど、それを思い出していいですね。これでもちょっとなんか漫画風な絵でもありますね。怖いですね、これはね。やっぱり心霊写真みたいで怖いと思いました。いくつか怖いものがありましたね。私は頭がサイレンでできててお墓の上に立ってるという絵が好きでした。個人的に気に入りました。皆さんは、どれが怖かったでしょうか。下のコメント欄で教えてください。いつも応援ありがとうございます。 ああ、そうですね。おう。ああ。
All right, team, we're transitioning to Flack, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post?
Alright, so here we are in front of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really long fronts, and that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is to say. Very nice.
I cut my hair, get all the way up and down in Waikiki. Yes, down Waikiki. To get a nice bald spot, and then we're gonna do the nice come over. I'm doing some premature balding today.
Almost cut my hair. It happened just the other day. It's getting kind of long. I could have said it wasn't in my way, but I didn't, and I wonder why. I feel like letting my Greek flag fly. Yes, I like I owe it.
We are going to need more givers. The boss has been too paranoid lately. I didn't really expect to find one of our targets here. That internal dispute better end soon. I can hardly carry on. What's the point? I guess I thought there was more to life than this. This don't pay too bad, especially if I can steal extra studs from our targets. They're putting less brew in the drinks these days. The mugger better not steal a dress again. We are soldiers, and soldiers don't go to hell. I'm so sick of my family worrying about the war. I see no pigs around. I gotta buy me and the folks some pizza after this. Better be careful. Another day getting away with it. I see one of them. There's the loner. Here we go, folks. There she is! Finally a target. Maybe there's more to this job after all. Come out, wherever you are. Must be around here somewhere. Spotted the delivery girl. That's the girl in our target list. She's dressed like a pie hiker. Let's go! You're mine! This will be easy. Finally, someone to vent my frustrations. You won't live to see the next day. You don't stand a chance. This one's mine. Return our studs! Come on, princess! I feel no pain. Can you say the same? You're short. Allow me to increase your debt. Usually I drink, today I fight. Get ready to cry and show your true self. I love knocking out teeth. I'm going to tear you apart. Gotcha. You're mine. Oh! That's it. I'll cut your throat. Just shut up and rage quit. And stay where you are. Happy to contribute to your psychological decay. Your humanoid property has no chance against mine. I appreciate all the studs. Was that the best you can do? This is how battalions fight. Let this be a lesson to not mess with Eunoia. Good riddance. Maybe it's time to rage quit, eh? Now the floor has been whipped. I will never get tired of this. Have a nice sleep, princess. Too easy. Give me your cheeseburger. It will help pay your debt. You better stop eating that around me.
Went to the store on Thursday. Bought a half-gallon jar of pickles. Love me some pickles. Eat one as soon as I get home. Tastes good, one point bad. So good I decided to have a few more. Walk back to my computer and start to work. But the urge is not sated. Not by a long shot. Come back to life-giving jar several more times. Eat several pickles each time. After an hour, the jar is empty. 400% of my daily sodium never tasted so good. 30 minutes later, I hear a churning in my stomach. That's a light rumble. Sounds like the noise an old tub makes when you suddenly pull the drain. And the sheets with the bathroom mold! Barely get my ass on a toilet, and the fucking water full of murders from my asshole! Never in my life have believed in horror been this close, bedfellows. After about 10 seconds, continuous flow, it subsides and trickles and stops. Toilet water is green and smells like vinegar. Why didn't even try to ingest that shit? Clean up and go back to computer. Thinking, thank God that's over. Not even close. 5 minutes later, the rumbling is back. Even louder this time. Split the bathroom. Ladder, rinse, repeat. This happens 5 more fucking times. It's finally all gone. Stomach is concave. I have never had less food inside my body. Completely cleaned out. Cue rumble. Sit on toilet. But it's different this time. I know there's nothing there. Just a tiny amount of liquid. Immediately feel better. Well, I guess there was just a tiny bit left. That wasn't so bad. All at once, robotic fire announcement that touched the blood my anal sphincter. I just shut off your stomach acid. Practically rubbing my ass to prevent it from melting away like the spaceship floor an alien. Crawl and shower. Turn cold water on full blast. Lie prone while gently sobbing.
Mula sa Chucks to Go, our very first AI commercial. Ako, AI. Ang bahay ko, AI. Ang di lang namin kayang i-AI, ang chicken.
Hindi talaga. Kasi ang Chucks to Go, totoong sarap. Dahil ang ingredients, real and fresh. Ano bro?
Masarap kahit walang sauce.
Ganyan kasarap ang Chucks to Go.
Chuchuk!
Chucks to Go, masarap kahit walang sauce.
Chuchuk!
Oh my gilly golly gosh. I just thought of the best idea ever. I should make a new OC. So we get a base and then oh, eyes. Actually, I don't really like those ones. Yeah, okay. Mouth. And then hair, yeah. Oh, and of course the fit. Can't forget that one random feature to try and make him unique. Alright, looking good. I think we just need like a few tweaks and we're chilling. Aw, sick. Alright, I think now we just need those personality traits. You're competitive, but also compassionate, persistent, and fierce. Might as well throw silly in there. Well, after that, I think we're all done here. Is what I would say if we were really done here. Alright, pal, it's time for unnecessary trauma. Also, just for funsies, let's make you unreasonably OP. As in, you can solo fiction. Hey, you remember all those personality traits I gave you earlier? Yeah, scratch all that. Your new defining personality trait is being depressed. Hey, but I'll give you this cute little creature for you to love and grow attached to for the rest of your life. Nah, just kidding, I'm gonna kill it now to add to the trauma. Also, I'm gonna slightly alter your design, but to appear to the male view. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna give you like a stupid name like Lettuce Emoticon. Okay, now we're actually done here. Actually, now that I think about it, I kinda don't need a new OC. Let's just scrap this whole thing. You did not read that wrong. You are now the proud owner of this disgusting, ugly creature. Yeah. For context, I designed Lettuce Emoticons specifically for this video alone. Like, I legit wasn't planning on using them ever again after that, which is why I made a post killing them off. But for some reason, people actually like really liked them. No, because like these two people in particular, dude, I honestly couldn't explain to you how funny it was when I first saw this. Yo, but seeing that someone made a tomato emoticon, that actually left me speechless, dog. It's just really awesome to see, you know? But that's why I'm giving Lettuce Emoticon to you guys, in hopes someone has more of a use for them than I do. Like torture. Go on now. Alright, that's all. Bye-bye.
Hey man, I finally got a girlfriend.
Oh, jeez. Dude, you know what they say about dating goths, right? They straight up ruin you.
I think I can handle.
Dear God. What have they done to you? Quasi-literal. Why? 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 Oh snap. Hey, my bad, man. I mean, you gotta watch where you're walking, pal. Hey, if you're trying to start something, just tell me. Just tell me right now if you're trying to start something. What? No, not at all. I was just trying to apologize. Because I can mess you up. I'm a gangster, you know. I mean, just peek the fit. Ew, dude, what is this quality? Did somebody say gangster? Hey, guys, I'm also gangster, too. Oh, crap, I slipped. Whoa. Diva, huh? Hey, someone must have planted this. I ain't even put this on this morning, I'm telling you. Hey, but I'm still gangster, though. Whew, I just got up from slipping. What'd I miss, guys? Ah, double crap, I slipped again. Man, why are you looking at me like that? I'm out of here. Oh,
Tulong para alaga ang puso, resistensya, mata, at buong katawan. Centrum Advanced.
So this guy, you know what? You're gonna think I made this story up, cause it is wild.
Now the story is about this guy, James, and James is 35, living in a small town in West Virginia, and he's kind of an awful guy. Like, he drinks a lot, he abuses his wife. But one night in 1983, James gets what's coming to him. Because it's late and he comes home from the bar drunk, and he decides his wife needs to make him a snack. His wife is this woman, Cleo. And Cleo's 35. And so he yanks Cleo out of the bed because it's the middle of the night and she's asleep, and he's yelling at her, "Make me some food!" And so she makes him some soup. But then he gets mad that the soup is too cold, and grrr, he slings the bowl across the kitchen and bam, it smashes against the wall. Then he notices their wood stove had gone out, so he's all pissed off about that too. And this causes a whole big fight, and he's like roughing up Cleo, and he's chasing her around, and he's dragging her. It is awful. Now by this point, all this wakes up Cleo's son. We'll call him 17, because he's 17. And 17 is James's stepson. And I guess 17 tries to intervene, and this turns into an even bigger fight. And so James ends up roughing him up too. And pretty quickly, James has Cleo and her 3 sons sitting at the kitchen table, and he's berating them, all while holding a huge kitchen knife and shaking it at them. Then he grabs a .22, and he starts waving it around, screaming at them. Now, all this screaming wakes up this woman, Cleo's mom, who we'll call Grandma. And Grandma is 55, and she lives next door. And so she wakes up, and she runs over, and she sees James waving the .22 around, and she eventually tries to grab it from him, and a struggle ensues. But Grandma, she ain't playing around, and she wrestles the .22 away from his drunk ass, and he lunges at her to get it back, and then blam, she shoots him right in the chest. So now James is lying there unalived. And Cleo is like, well, now what are we gonna do? I guess they don't want Grandma to go to prison for murder. And so they decide to bury the body in the backyard. And for some reason, they make 17 and his younger brother do it. And so 17 and his younger brother are in the backyard digging this big ass hole, and eventually the hole is big enough and they put James in there and they bury him. But now they have another problem. James's truck is there and they need to get rid of it. And so they put their heads together and they come up with a plan to drive the truck down to the local river and push it into the water and make it look like James got into a car accident. Now, I don't know how they're gonna stage a car accident while James's body is buried in the backyard, but this is their plan. And so Cleo and Grandma and 17, they head over to the river, and they take James's truck and they take their car to drive back home in. And so the 2 vehicles drive about 30 miles to the river, and they park James's truck on a hill, and 17 gets out and he starts pushing it toward the water until it starts rolling forward. And it rolls, and it rolls, and it gets close to the shore, but then, bam, it stops. Because it gets stuck in the mud. So then Cleo and Grandma get out of the car. And I guess they're like standing there and they don't want to go up and physically push the truck anymore because it's now in the mud, and I guess they don't want their footprints all in that mud, which is smart. And so they're like, all right, I guess we'll just leave. But here's the thing, they locked their keys in their car. Now, why they locked their car door in the first place when they're alone out in the middle of nowhere, I have no idea. But now they're locked out. And it's 1983, so no cell phones. However, luckily, someone passes by, and it's a small town, and they all know each other, and so this person gives them a ride back to their house so they can get a spare key and retrieve their car and go home. Then, the next day, Cleo calls police and files a missing persons report for James so that she doesn't look suspicious. And immediately, the police start looking, and they find his truck, and they start dragging the river looking for James's body. But, of course, they don't find anything, and no one suspects Cleo or Grandma, so all they have to do is lay low and keep quiet, and they'll never get caught. Until a few days have passed since James's death, and no one suspects a thing. But Cleo is sitting at home suffering. She just can't get this whole situation out of her head. She keeps thinking about it. James might have been an abusive asshole, but she's feeling bad for his family, and she's thinking that if his body is never found, then he won't get a proper burial, and that just doesn't feel right to her. And so she comes up with a new plan. First, she waits until nighttime. Then she makes 17 and his brother dig James's body back up. And so her new plan is to take James's body to the local river and throw him over the bridge near the area where they dumped his truck. And then police will find the body and they'll put two and two together and they'll assume it was a car accident and then he'll get a proper burial. Perfect plan. What could possibly go wrong? Well, once they finally get James out of the hole in the backyard, snap, Grandma starts freaking out. Because she realizes the 22 that she unalived him with is actually registered to her. She owns it. So if police find the bullet inside of James, they could trace it back to her. And so she gets yet another idea. She'll just remove the bullet from his body. And so they get James's decomposing body and they put it on the kitchen table, and Grandma gets a big kitchen knife and she cuts it open and she starts looking around in there for a bullet. But she can't find it. So then she takes out his heart and lungs, I guess to get a better look in there, but she still can't find this bullet. So then she just gives up and she throws the heart and lungs away. Like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done. And so anyway, Cleo, Grandma, and 17, they load James into the car and they drive him to the river onto that bridge. And then these two women and a teenager pull his body out of the car and they yeet him over the side of the bridge. And boom, James's foot gets caught on the structure of the bridge. And now the body is hanging upside down, dangling off the underside of this bridge. And they're all like, fuck, how are we gonna get him down? And so Cleo and Grandma, they send poor 17 to climb up under the bridge onto the understructure to try and knock James's body loose. But then, in the middle of all this, out of nowhere, pow, headlights appear. It's the police. And Cleo and Grandma, they panic like, oh shit! And they jump in their car and they speed away. But they leave 17 there underneath the bridge. And so then 17 freaks out and he runs off too, into the woods. And police, they see James's body hanging there from the bridge. And they're like, what the fuck? What kind of hillbilly West Virginia bullshit is this? But anyway, police eventually find 17 in the woods and bam, they arrest him. Also, bam, they arrest Cleo. While Grandma ends up turning herself in. And so ultimately, Cleo is found guilty of disinterment of a body and she ends up serving about 2 years in prison. While 17 does a little time in juvenile detention, but not very much. While Grandma takes a plea deal, but I guess the judge feels sorry for her because, you know, the whole self-defense of it all, and she only ends up spending 55 days in jail. Wow.
from one version to another, we can become greater. Like the new Great Taste White. Ngayon mas creamy at mas makape.
guys, it's another Minecraft parody.
I feel the rhythm more and more. I'd like to jump.
You're not going anywhere, motherfucker.
I feel the bass drum more and more. It's time for dance.
Back. We're doing some creepypasta reading. Thank you, Luigi Guy, for adding the Discord. I have no idea what this is, but several people have been super hyped that I do whatever this is. So we're gonna read it. As far as I know, there's not much to look at here. I'm just looking at this on creepypasta.fandom.com. Which has a whole bunch of old creepypastas. This is not one I'm aware of. This is not one that I've read. I've seen some like creepy pictures that look like they're from an NES Godzilla game. The images add to it. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got. We got let's have some creepy music, creepy vibes. What do you guys think? What's creepy? Other people? Clowns? Lawnmowers? No. Where's a good haunted dungeon? Zombie invasion? Just a little bit. A little bit of crime scene. Crime scene's got too many police sirens. That's not good. Nuclear siren? Okay, that's a bit much. That sounds creepy enough. Jetasaddle, thank you for the 72 months of support. Holy crap. All right, let's get a capture region up that you guys can actually see. There we are. I forgot what fuck it is. Oh, it's right, Warhammer stuff, of course. All right. Wife ideas is stuff for my wife for Christmas. Don't tell her. Okay? I haven't found anything good yet, but if you guys know any websites to look for cute stuff, here's a better site. Oh, thank you. Oh, wonderful. Let's go with this. Oh, and it's got the images just inlaid. Perfect. If you guys know any like good like cute, but like maybe spoopy, not like scary, but like spoopy stuff. Why is there applause? That's fire. Cute goth, like pastel goth shit. She likes that. Yeah. Oh. Plushes? Nah, she doesn't like plushes. I think she just came in, so I'm going to change conversation entirely. When I was a little kid, there were two things I loved most in life were Godzilla and NES games. So naturally, when Godzilla Monster of Monsters came out, really? It was like a dream come true. Well, almost. To sum it up, most of the game revolved around getting through very repetitive outer space levels while smashing up tanks and jets, then fighting against Godzilla's monster enemies. Overall, it's pretty mediocre, but back then I didn't care. When I got the game as a present for my 10th birthday, I played it all night and day, as much as I could. I'm going to turn down the fire sound effect. Or rain. Oh, it's rain. Check out this backing track. I'm scared to use anything from YouTube after the bazillion copyright claims I've gotten. How about, what if I just did like this, but like at quarter speed or something? That'll probably be fine. This works. When I got the game as a present on my 10th birthday, I played it all night and day as much as I could. Unfortunately, I traded the game for Amagon a year later, much to my regret when I found out what the game was like. Bought an ES system, and through lots of hunting and asking around, I found my friend Billy managed to find a copy of Godzilla Monster of Monsters. The video is randomly sequenced. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Luigi guy. I was pumped to play my favorite childhood game. It never even occurred to me to ask where Billy found it. He also found some other games like Legend of Zelda, Bomberman, and some stupid thing called Action 52. But Godzilla had to come first. Really like the slide into like Action 52 there. So I started the game, and then the nostalgia came flooding back like a tidal wave. Godzilla's 8-bit theme song flooded proudly through the speakers. Soon I was grinning like an idiot. Some people laugh at me for playing such outdated games, but I've never had much enjoyment for any games other than those on the NES. Those 8-bit games take me back to when things were much simpler, more safe. But after what's happened with this game, I don't have those feelings anymore. I'd forgotten how quick the fun of smashing things as Godzilla wore off in the scrolling levels. The game bombards you with bullets and things crashing into you from every direction. You're too big to avoid most of them, though my excitement had worn down some. It wasn't long before I got to my final boss battle. My first opponent was Ghidorah, an obscure squid kaiju that had never really been in a Godzilla movie. The most annoying thing about fighting Ghidorah is he always backs you into a corner and starts smacking with his tentacle. If you're unable to move until he gets off of you. This move doesn't do any damage, but you can stall. It can't stall until the timer runs out and you have to start the fight over, and he regains some health. As annoying as it sounds, and of course, he did it when I fought him. Only for some reason, it caused the game to glitch up. Because once he started smacking me, it never stopped. The timer is supposed to end the fight in about 40 seconds, but it lasted nearly 5 minutes. After a while, the graphics started to mess up and little red blocks started all over the place. So is this a real game that this is like the spooky, like, been drowned version of the game? Did Godzilla Monster of Monsters ever exist? Godzilla Monster of Monsters. It looks like Godzilla Monster of Monsters did actually exist. Okay. What an awful fucking name for a game. Okay, anyway. Which was weird, but I just took the game out, blew on it, and started it again. Wasn't about to let a little glitch stand in my way. So I started again, and it was time to beat Ghidorah and the level's other boss, Megura, without any problems. I'm gonna butcher every single one of these ones. So then, it was on to the next planet, Mars. I browsed around the board and found something unexpected. Where Valran's place should be, there was instead of piece representing Titanosaurus. There were only 10 kaiju in the game, and Titanosaurus was not one of them, or so I thought. Perhaps Titanosaurus was originally intended to be in the game, but swapped out with Valran for some reason? So I began to feel excited. Not only was I playing my favorite game, but I was playing a prototype of some sort with a new monster. Needless to say, I ran through the levels as fast as I could to see Titanosaurus in action. I felt Ghidorah again and beat him before he could do his tentacle smack. But this time, the glitch started happening when he died. Ghidorah's sprite didn't sink to the bomb, but he seemed to be devoured by the glitch. And his eyes started randomly spawning all over the screen. Now, I know these glitches with Ghidorah were my first warning sign that there was something very wrong with the game, but I foolishly ignored it and proceeded to fight Megura, who this time had a glitch of his own. Megura is twice the size he should have been, which startled me. He was considerably harder to beat than usual, which is to say, not at all. But soon I had defeated him. Also, when he died, yet another glitch happened. Wow, it's really spooky. this happened extremely fast, so I got to get a screen cap of it all. But I was lucky to get a screen cap of it at all. But what happened was that the giant Megora sprite started to shatter and melt. Also, you can look at the garbage text in the right corner of the screen. You'll notice what appears to be a bird cage. I have no idea what that meant. Oh, wow. You actually, like, interpreted that as something rather than just garbage. Okay. Oh, no, not glitches. This, by the way, Luigi Guy, this thing that you found, amazing. Perfect. Thank you. Nope. At this point, I was about to fight Titanosaurus. I was worried what kind of glitches would happen this time, but to my surprise, Titanosaurus looked just fine. Although games bipedal monsters were the same height, Titanosaurus was a bit taller. But since Titanosaurus was taller than Godzilla in his film debut, I thought it was kind of cool. It was a very fun fight with monsters, but it wasn't supposed to be that kind of game. I took over the enemy base and proceeded to Jupiter. Not to Jupiter like normal, but instead to Pathos. Did this originally come out on like 4chan or something? Like where was this originally posted? Also, how do I go to the next thing on this, like, next? Where's the next button? Because, like, do we go on to chapter 2? Yeah, I guess it would be chapter 2. All right. Oh, we're getting spoiled all over the place there. Pathos was the same as Jupiter in layout, except for the board was a dark blue rather than green. First thing I noticed is that all the usual level icons had been replaced by a blue rock and some kind of orange honeycube shape. There was this one icon that was part of the jungle icon shape, but didn't play much. I didn't pay much thought to it. I checked the other side of the board, and there was a new monster. Instead of Fedora, it was Belante. Nope. Got that one wrong. But that couldn't be right. Godzilla vs. Biollante didn't come out until 1989. You might want to zoom in a bit. I'm so sorry. Let me zoom in. Okay. How's this? Is that better or worse? There we go. But that game didn't come, or that movie didn't come out until 1989, and this game was made in 1988. This game is as old as I am. Perhaps Toho put Biollante in the game to build excitement for the movie next year, but changed their minds. I tried to rationalize the game's abnormalities any way I could, but this would prove to be futile. Pathos's map song was the very first new song I heard in the game. Like most of the songs, it was hard to describe. I'll try. Started out slow and suspenseful, but much slower than any song in the game. But every 12 seconds or so, there would be this loud clashing sound. And the tempo changed. It was like the composer randomly playing parts of 5 different songs with the same instruments. I moved Godzilla over to many of the blue rock icons that had been replaced with jungle icons and started the level. The level resembled the blue mountain range with a red planet in the sky. Something odd about the mountains. They had a shredded paper look to them. I thought at first it might be a glitch that had affected it, but it looked far too intentional. Tuhu. I quickly noticed something else about this new level. There were no enemies at all, not even obstacles. I should also mention that at this point, the points meter started to become glitched beyond comprehension. It didn't bother me much. I never kept up with the game points. I don't really give a shit. I get to play with Godzilla. I love Godzilla and video games. So without having anything to focus, or having to focus on anything, I listened to the music while walking through the level unopposed. The music had a sorrowful feel to it. Would have been rather pleasant had I heard it in a normal game. The level went on for 3 screens with no obstacles. Around finish With no obstacles around, I finished it quickly. I tried other levels the same type to see if any enemies would appear, but there were none. There's little else to be seen in these blue mountain ranges, so I tried another level type. I started one of the orange levels, and my eyes were assaulted with grotesque background of the tumorous orange eyes. The sky was the same as the grounds. I assumed the game was indicating that this level is taking place in a cave. The only enemies were Matango spawn. You see little bastards everywhere. The music did not help. The mixture of screeching sounds and large drum beats that sounded like a monster's theme in a horror movie. After completing it, I tried to avoid playing through any more of these levels whenever I could. Also, just random shout out. If you don't hear the music when you're watching on After Hours, I've cut it out. I apologize. You'll have to put on your own spookle music. But I think we should be okay. We shall see. The combination of random NES sounds and screaming shouldn't get copyright claims, but neither should my sound effect of me walking around outside, which I used for March of the Mice once. And it did, so... The music certainly didn't help. With a mixture of screeching sounds and large drum beats that sounded like a monster's theme in every horror movie. After completing it, I tried to avoid playing through any more of those levels whenever I could. They were so spooky. It was a video game from the 80s, and I was scared. Map was short, and I was only a few minutes before I started to head towards a rematch with Gazora and Megura. But this time, their sprites and attack patterns were vastly different. I fought Megura for... Megoria? Is that right? I don't think I'm pronouncing that right at all. But this time, their sprites and attack patterns were different. Megura's replacement was a flying machine with a slight resemblance to the Persegula alien. It was a bit like fighting Mothra, only moved with a bit more grace, and it attacked by spinning its front tendril in a corkscrew. It still had the eye beam, except for now it fired from the drill. Mogira. Sure. This lanky aberration had replaced Gizora. The new beast was a bit more of a challenge. It would run and jump at a fast pace, constantly swinging its arms around to make it hard to even get close. And of course, it tried to pin me in the corner with as much annoying resolve as ever. I defeated it using a combination of tail weeps and heat beams spamming. I defeated them. I was going to fight Titanosaurus, but when I started the fight with Titanosaurus, it was nowhere to be seen. The game simply went back to the map with Titanosaurus piece now missing. There was no one left to fight but Biolante. Don't know. The author vastly overestimates how much I want to hear about the mechanics of a 1980s game. Honestly, that, and also with the assumption that I know anything about it. Like, it's kind of a weird combination. It's like, oh yeah, you remember that bit in this obscure fucking 1980s game where this thing happened? It's like, yep, know exactly what that guy is. Like, I watched a lot of Godzilla movies growing up, but I don't remember much of it. I think it's because it's largely aping the Something Awful Let's Plays. Gotcha. This is a style choice. Pre-video Let's Plays. So I eagerly started the battle. I was quite surprised that they started the fight in her rose form. She was immobile and used her tentacles to keep me away from the main body, which took most of the damage. As expected, she turned into her final form after taking enough damage. Sprite looked pretty damn good for a 8-bit. The battle technique was the same, except for she could move, albeit slower than any other monster. Hello? I'm gonna go check on the wife real quick. Give me like 5 seconds. It'll be fast. Just want to make sure that she gets a kiss when she comes home. Love you. Okay. Wife has been hugged and appreciated. Alright, where were we? As expected, she turned to her final form after taking enough damage, and the sprite looked pretty damn good for 8-bit. Honestly, like, whoever wrote this did a pretty good job at, like, doing 8-bit video game art. I don't know as if it's, like, beyond, like, what that system could handle, but it looked pretty good. I think the entire thing was made to show off the art. Probably. Looks neat. Someone who knows more about, like, video games, specifically this era, could probably tell me whether or not this is, like, possible. The battle technique was the same, except for now it could move, albeit slower than any other monster. Being hit by the tentacles did more damage now, and it could do an acid spit, which I managed to avoid by jumping in the screen cap. Beautiful. Not much more difficult than to beat than Titanosaurus, which only took 2 rounds, but when Volante was gone, the music stopped, and there's a new icon replacing its base. The icon that wasn't there before I beat it resembled a red tribal mask. I had a feeling of dread when I saw it. But since it replaced the base, it must be the only way to exit Pathos. I moved Godzilla to the square and started the level. Run. It's hellish looking at the place with no sky and a flickering fire in the background. Fire looked more advanced than anything I'd seen on the NES. Yeah, that looks way too, like, crisp. But okay. There is music in the form of a slow, steady drum sound resembling a heartbeat. All the text at the top of the screen and the life bar were gone, replaced with a single bit of text in the middle of the screen that said run. And a feeling of dread had intensified. I cautiously walked through the level. But like the Blue Mountains were like with the Blue Mountains, there were no enemies. I paced around for a minute thinking, run? From what? The first time it hit me, I didn't even see it. I heard a noise outside my room. I turned back to see if something fell, and I looked back. Godzilla was dying. I figured it must have been a glitch. I wasn't going to play through the whole game without Godzilla, so I restarted and went to the password screen. Have I ever mentioned how creepy the password music screen is? If you've played the game, you know what I mean. It doesn't fit the mood at all. Let's look it up. Godzilla Monsters of Monsters password theme. Yeah, it's the same theme all the way. Okay, cool. Got it. Let's see. Have I ever mentioned how creepy the password screen music is? If you ever played the game, you know what I mean. It doesn't fit the mood of the game at all. It's more like something from a horror game. Made it so that way kids wouldn't cheat. I was quite annoyed at this point because I thought I was going to have to fight all the monsters again, but it didn't happen. The game started me off right where I was. I started the red face level, so I tried again, making sure to pay attention this time. That's when I heard the low bellowing sound. I saw it. This thing. Do you know that feeling when your body has, when you feel that you're in extreme danger? You start to recoil and tense up as adrenaline flows through your veins, and your nerves start to feel cold? That's the feeling I had when I took this screen cap. It is a spooky fella. I hadn't seen this at all, or I hadn't seen all the Godzilla movies, but I'm pretty damn sure this was never in any of them. Had this been something the creators made up? What kind of sick fuck would put this in a children's game? It's like not that horrifying. It's scary. This is definitely something that like is a little beyond what I would put in a children's game. Sure, okay. By sheer dumb luck, or perhaps the adrenaline boost, I managed to run fast enough to get away from it. It ran very fast, so much that you could, that if you saw it, you're almost certainly going to die. When I said die, I mean your monster gets killed instantly if the creature touches them. Once I had gone back to the map, I was afraid that I was so afraid that I was extremely tempted to just shut off the game and pretend it never happened. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. It couldn't be real. Even if I wanted to continue, I still had to get Mothra through the chase level. Okay, so like, in this game, I guess you play as multiple different characters? I think Godzilla does more of a shuffle than a run, right? And even if I wanted to continue, I'd still had to get Mothra through the chase level. But I stayed inactive in the map screen for a few minutes. My fear was replaced by burning curiosity. What the hell just happened? Am I horny? Was this the rest of the game? What was the rest of the game like? I only had to beat this level with Mothra, and then it was on to the next world. I think you played as Godzilla and Mothra. Okay. It's like Fire. Oh, okay. Gotcha. When I moved Mothra to the red face, the game registered it as me beating the level. I was quite relieved. I prepared myself for the next world, Trance. Okay. I was still pretty shook up from the last level when I started Trance. Trance's map music did nothing to ease the tension. As far as how to describe it, have you ever heard the theme from Videodrome? It's the closest thing I can compare it to. I checked to see who the new monster was. It was Orga, a monster who didn't make his film debut until the 2000s, appearing in a game in 1988. So much about my theories about Titanosaurus and Balant. There's no way this game was made in 1988. Had those guys at Toho may have been smart, but I'm sure they couldn't see that far into the future. And if they could, they would have never gave Ronald Emmerich the rights to make a Godzilla movie. No, this had to be a hack of some kind, which opens up even more questions. Who made this hack? When? How? Why? Most importantly, why? The why was the question that bothered me the most, and my throbbing erection. My immediate assumption was that Billy did this to pull some joke on me. But that couldn't be right either. Billy didn't know how to make a ROM hack. Sorry, I'm just reading it as it says, okay? Why are you guys revving me? Okay. And if he did, he probably, would do just something simple, like replace all the monsters with crudely drawn genitalia. See, it says it right there. I don't know why you guys are like acting like I'm adding shit or anything. Unless Billy had amazing game editing skills and serious dark streak to his imagination that he never told me about, he couldn't have made this. Is it even possible to put a hacked ROM into a cartridge? Yes. 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 Probably not at the time, but yes. Aside from that, my eye was drawn to the new map icon, a question mark. I was really curious. I love the wee. That's a really good sound effect. Aside from all that, my eye was drawn to the new map icon, a question mark. I was really curious as to what it did. I'm sure you're also curious, so I'll explain the quiz levels now, since this is when they start appearing. There's one per map from here on. They always appear near the start of the map. When you start a quiz level, you'll be on a screen like this. Do you like dogs? Yes, no. What? As you can see, there's a question at the top. Yes, no, an emoticon in the center. I refer to the emoticon as face. Real creative, I know. For convenience. I'll refer to it as face as the one asking the question. The music for the quiz levels was actually a track in the game. It's the one that you plays when you try to use the Ghidorah cheat and gets it to the unplayable level. The face asks you 12 yes or no questions. I take it that the quiz was not in the game. Yeah, I think there are people trying to make this game. The face asks you 12 yes or no questions. You may move your monster to the buttons when with your answer. When you answer, the question disappears. The face changes expression for about 8 seconds, then goes back to a neutral, and then a new question comes up. There was no time limit or wrong or right answers. Face has no respect for the player's personal boundaries and will sometimes ask deeply disturbing questions. For example, do you like hurting people? Have you ever killed or thing that'll get me demonetized? If I even say it. Have you ever... Also another thing that's bad for me to say on YouTube? At other times, he would just simply ask questions that were either mind-numbingly stupid, like, is the sun hot? Is water wet? Or flat out ridiculous. Does your dog like the president? And maybe once per quiz, the face would ask you a question about the game. With one exception. Face's expressions change, seem to have no effect on the game except for indicating what the creator thought about your answer. His actions rarely made any sense. And at first, I thought they were randomly generated. Questions never follow a pattern. The face stayed on the same subject for no more than 2 questions. Early on, the questions made me think that Face was building up to something, only to have them then ask something, some stupid garbage. Here are the expressions of Face I saw while playing. I'll separate them into 2 categories. The expressions I understood and the expressions I didn't. Here are the expressions I understood. Neutral, default, angry. If you attack Face, his expression changes this, but nothing else happens. Happy, sick, maniacal. Face made this expression when he was being an asshole. You'll see what I mean later. Surprise, love, annoyed, confused, guilty, hurt. Yeah, what? Tag yourself. Yeah, what mood are you feeling right now? Oh, we got new moods down here. 2 of those only appeared once, number 1 and 12. And here are the others. I suspect they might be in jokes from the creator. The respectful questions are, do you like ice cream? Are you a tough guy? As for questions of the first quiz, luckily I had my notepad and pen handy. I had problems remembering things, so I often carry one to jot things down. And I happen to doodle it when I'm bored. So here's the first question started, and I started to record what happened. And I'm glad I did. Here's the first series of questions. My answers and Face's reaction. Quiz 1. Probably not supposed to look like this. This is probably like a formatting problem from the website. Do you like this game? Yes. Reaction happy. Are you afraid? Yes. Reaction surprised. Are you over 18? Yes. Weird face 5. I think that's this one. Do birds have teeth? No. Reaction love. Is peanut butter good? No. Sick. Does the moon rotate? Yes. Weird face 11. Okay. Have you ever had a job? Yes. Reaction confused. Do you like hurting people? No. Annoyed. Is the sun hot? Yes. Sad. Do you like dogs? Yes. Reaction happy. Is the president good? Yes. Weird face 3. Does your dog like the president? No. Angry. Now I've explained all that, time for gameplay. After the quiz level, I tried the new green temple icon first. Wow. Maybe this is why the game was so weird. One of the designers was clearly on drugs. Jokes aside, I was quite impressed by the graphics of this level. As disorienting as they were, but I hate those creepy, blank, staring statue faces. Music has also had a hypnotic Indian techno vibe to it. Also, how are my audio levels? Okay, they look like they're okay. Do you like the president? Oh, cringe. Face 5. Can I pet your dog? No. Face 2. There are also 2 new enemies in this level. A flying ghost type thing with a trunk, a bat with a horse skull for a face. They appear at random, but I was lucky to get a screen cap of them both. and then proceeded to a blue mountain level, expecting another nice calm stroll. Took my time walking through, and was taken completely surprised when this happened. Magura came running towards me and took quite a bit of my health off with the tentacle screws. It took me 2 minutes to kill him without having to worry about time limit, but also the boss monsters never show up in scrolling levels in the normal game. I was worried what other rules the game might break. Another Blue Mountain Range stage, this time a not Varan fight, whose replacement was one of those weird, bizarre things in the game. One of the most bizarre things of the game. Strange creature attacks you by kicking, but also opening his chest and firing heat-seeking missiles. I still don't get it. Missiles were sometimes a pain to deal with, but I found out that you could tail whip them out of the way. Not Varan was probably the easiest of the monster replacements. Same cannot be said for Not Hedorah. Apparently the source of the horse bats, Not Hedorah was the most aggravatingly difficult monster to fight yet, mostly because of his special ability. He could shriek and summon a small swarm of those horse bat things. Not only are there I know there's only 2 screen caps, but every time he did this, like 10 would arrive. The AI took advantage of the distraction to attack twice as fast while the horse bats were flying around. Once that annoyance was over with, I went through a Green Temple level to kill some enemies and restore my health. Interesting, none of the horse bats showed up after.